and welcome everyone to the final 2 rounds of the Magic Era Regionals. Very excited to get this going. You know who's here. Let's just check in on their mental state, see who's making it, see who's not. I don't see a reason to wait. June. This is so much harder than fighting. It sucks to be eliminated, but she'll see this through. That's right, even though she has been eliminated, she will be sticking out the rest of the tournament, as will everyone. And as voted on by a community tab poll, keep an eye out for those. Anyone who's been eliminated, we will only be watching one of their games. So, whatever games June is in, unlikely to matter other than affecting minor standings, so we'll be catching 2 of her games through her last 2 matches. Good luck, June. Let's hope you don't end winless. Bob. Bob is fine. Bob just forgot what Bob's cards do for a moment. Bob is shocked to not see Bob's friends from work, but c'est la beep. I mean, Bob was hoping to run into people Bob knows. Unfortunately couldn't. It is now 0-4. Maybe Bob can pick up, a win here at the end. We'll see. Aiden. Aiden was pulled to the side by a friend and asked to help someone out, which he's of course happy to do. In order to cheer his crew up, he let them in on a little secret. That's right, he's told everyone around him something, but I don't know what that is yet. They seem a little surprised. All I know is, just like the 2 before him, he's 0-4, fighting to see if he can at least get a single win. Here's hoping. Mary. Mary is sad. She can't get her answers now that she's out. She'll just have to find another way. Unfortunately, at 1-3, there's just mathematically no way to make it to the top. It is what it is. She's just got to look for a new way. She's going to continue to fight. Maybe she can impress upon someone the answers she needs. Barry. Getting a single win feels liberating in a sense. The last game is exactly what Robin said she should go for. Maybe she can just focus in. Finally, her big burst damage is paying off. It's what she likes to do. She's got an idea now. Maybe after regionals she can make more adjustments on her deck and find something new to do. Maybe she should listen to Robin. Maybe he was right. Samir. Samir's been having a fine time. He's eliminated, but he never expected to make it to the top. However, the strange person in front of him seems to be in pain. Are they mimicking his chair? It doesn't seem consciously. Yet, Samir is readying for his round 5 opponent. They are a very strange individual who seems to be mirroring the people around them. He's trying not to take it offensively, but, just because they seem strange. So, here's hoping. He's just hoping to end this tournament out well. I have some faith in him. Singenjin, Millennium Golem, Millennium Shield. Has some fine cards left in his deck. I'm sure things can happen. Fira. Fira's having fun with her deck, and she's so proud of her brother for already making the top. That's right, Fira can't make top cut like her brother is, but that's okay. One of them is. She's very proud of him, and she's just going to keep playing. Obviously, what she can do is still affect tiebreakers, right? So, she's going to affect who he potentially plays in that top cut. I guess we'll see. And she still likes the Ultimate Obedient Fiend, and I guess that's what matters. Coop. The chat is losing their minds after that Damon guy was an ass, and the chat hated him a lot. Now he's just trying to entertain post-elimination. Yeah, Coop is just not making the top cut. It's unfortunate, especially when he's running an official stream. And even worse when he loses to an asshole. It is what it is. At least the clowns are giving Coop something to look forward to. Kagami. The faces here are so unique. The people are so different. Kagami's just looking at the people around them. Very strangely. They just act. It's almost bizarre in a way. Wallace. If he hears one more Mind Goblin joke, he's going to lose his mind. Losing this much can be irritating. It's one thing to lose. It's another thing for people to make stupid jokes. When you combine them, it's not a good time. I hope for Wallace he can just kind of control that temper. Try to remember he's better than the person who got him his cards. Shat Calico. It looks like he might be clear of the present danger, but Shat is still on edge. He's going to finish things up, but dip as soon as it ends. Now that Shat isn't going to make the top, he's still going to continue playing. He likes the game. He's pretty sure he's not in any danger, but he's not going to stick around and find out. Ada. Whatever, it's fine. She'll get a Hive regional and win that one. She is certain. She's a princess. She should win. There isn't a regionals for the Hive. There should be. The princess wants to top. Why can't the princess top? It doesn't make any sense. Whatever you say, Ada. Whatever you say. Cora. Cora is just angry. It took 4 rounds to win against a Cyclops that couldn't do shit. Unreal. Cora is not happy that her only win came off of June absolutely just not playing well at all. Cora expects better from herself. She expects to be better, and she just isn't. And it's eating at her. But she has to finish this out. She's really the only one that's considering leaving, probably in this whole place. But she has to finish it out, just like the rest of the recruits. Amerigo. Amerigo wants to go home now. The shop has been doing so badly that she just has to sit alone for a bit before her final rounds. When she got back, Corsal and Krim seemed off. Whatever it was that Aiden said threw off the other two. She wasn't there for whatever it was, but it's fine. Amerigo's just going to finish this tournament out. Krim still has a shot to top. It's an outside shot, but she's got to stick through it for him. Corsal. Of course. Well, gotta finish up here. Corsal was not necessarily surprised, but definitely taken aback by what he was told by his boss. I mean, it's good news, I suppose, but kind of throws everything off here. He's just going to continue to play. He likes his new dragon deck, so maybe he can pull out a win. North. These have been great interviews. He hopes at least this footage gets used. He's gotten some interesting opponents so far, so he's been able to talk to people between rounds. This is a big event, so fingers crossed, maybe this is the big break he needs to really get something more deep and investigative. Good luck. I mean, you still got a couple of rounds left. Maybe you can even win. Who knows? Baru. No, don't mess this up, please. Just 2 more wins, please. Come on. Baru is exhausted. Baru, after 2 losses in a row, she is scrambling. She's hoping that if she could just win 2 more rounds, make top cut, she can, find her dream of just not having to work this terrible job anymore. I've got my fingers crossed for you, Baru. It's gonna be hard. You're someone I really believe in, so maybe if you could just get those 2 wins, you can succeed. Kalia. It's gonna be a tough ask to win these last 2 rounds, but Kalia's confident. It's just a matter of making it work. Kalia is a slow, methodical playstyle. It's very mentally taxing, but she has faith in herself that the Pumpkin, the Shadow Ghoul, the Castle of Dark Illusions, they've got that longevity she needs. We'll have to see. It is a tough ask. Win-loss, win-loss, to pull 2 wins. Mark. 2-loss slide is recoverable. Just focus up and get it going. He knows he's got this. He's maybe the most confident of the 2-2s here. He knows he could just win. He already got 2 wins in a row. What's 2 more wins? The Celtic Guardians, they have a power cap on them, but I believe in him. If he believes this much in himself, it's hard not to. Damon. The loss to the Guardian player was ill-timed. Regardless, it's time to clean up. All that matters is that top cut slot. He did throw the first round, but he just expected to win the rest of them. Losing to Emery was definitely not in the plan. He's just got to win out. He's already done well elsewhere, and he's not going to let this angel across from him get in the way. Belladonna. And now Belladonna is winning. Very good. Let's keep it going. So there's some interesting folks here. Belladonna is just being... I don't know what's going on with her, but she is definitely sniffing around for something. Don't know what it is yet. Damon, we know what he's doing. No idea what she's up to. Krim. Krim is the highest ranking staff member left, and it is taking it on itself to try and get the top cut slot, but it's going to be difficult. He is the only member of the shop that has any shot at topping, and he's going to try his best for them. Despite how shaky Aiden's news made him, it almost invigorated him in a way, so, you know, he's just got to do it. His pretty princesses, they're what he needs to win. Nina. See? 2 wins. Just 2 more to go. Nina has supreme confidence. Probably only second to Mark in that she can get these last 2 wins she needs. She's a champion. Don't forget that. Dart. Dart's play has been alright. He knows if he can just get things tightened, he's got a real shot to make it. Have to look good for the newbies. He's, you know, trying. He knows he's not playing his best. He knows his best deck isn't the best, but he feels like he can get there. So, you know, fingers crossed for you, Dart. Hopefully that means that you've got what it takes to show the recruits what's what. Robin. Robin is continuing to do his best to cheer everyone on. He isn't confident he can make it to the top, but just like those around him, he won't give up easily. Yet Robin recognizes, unlike Mark, his 2-2 gives him an outside shot. He's going to try. He's not going to give up. He's going to be realistic and see what he can do for everyone around him. And that's what's been making him so good for the group so far. Skylar. He really wants to do his best to be a winner like Yukio now. The heroes are so cool. Maybe he could be a hero one day. You know, that loss to Yukio didn't crush him nearly as bad as losing in round 2, so, you know, maybe just like Yukio, he can be a winner. He was really inspired. Such a nice guy, working hard, doing good things. It's nice. Angela. Angela finds herself face to face with someone giving off a horrible aura. This Damon guy is talking about ruining the event. Angela's still an angel who will try and protect these people. Especially him. Yes, Angela has taken it upon herself here to be a guardian angel. She wants to stop Damon from whatever event-ruining situation he's trying to cause. Angela's a strong player. Maybe she could be the one to put the nail in Damon's coffin. We'll have to see. V. V is unsure how well they can do now. The cards still feel good, but this is a tough competition, especially when so many rely on you to win. Yeah, V is basically the cream of the crop for the Dryads, and it's just going to be hard. They know it, they're going to try, but it's a lot of weight on their shoulders right now. Quan. Yay! Quan is having a great time, and that nice elf said he was doing well. Yeah, I mean, after that game, Mark couldn't help but tell the little guy, hey, you're doing great, which Quan appreciated. It's always nice to have positive influences like Mark and Yukio for young ones to look up to, really, and that's good. We love to see it. Mari isn't feeling their best. They really feel like if they can't get these 2 wins, they need to make drastic changes to their deck. You know, Mari is our first winner, and unfortunately, they're maybe on the outs of not even making the top cut here. So, you know, their heart of the underdog isn't really drawing them anymore. Maybe they need to go back to the drawing board on Exodia here. Coriander. The prince keeps fighting. He knows if he pushes, he can join the top. He has more faith in his deck than just about anyone. Sucks to fight a friend so late in the event, sadly. Yeah, when he sat down across from another recruit, it's really hard to kind of juggle, okay, well, I risk eliminating my friend, but also, like, I want to get this win. Layla. Dunder Sisters, go, go, go. Win, 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 let's go. Layla is cheering on Lola. She's cheering on herself. She wants to get them both in that top cut. She's got an opportunity. Lola's doing great. Layla just needs to catch up. Lorelai. Lorelai had a bad couple games, but that's alright. Lacey's doing well. Sometimes that's all you need. Lorelai is realistic about her chances here. 2 wins doesn't seem up her alley, but her friend's doing well. So, she's going to cheer Lacey on. She's still going to attempt to win, though. Those 2 wins can still happen, after all. Emery. Emery is hoping to break this pattern of wins and losses and take the last 2 wins. Unfortunately, they sit across from Coriander, who will not be an easy opponent. Yeah, Coriander versus Emery is coming up in round 5. And they're both upset that they have to face each other, but they're not going to let the other one win. Caspian. Caspian's wins have been wild. Winning this much is unprecedented. Let's keep it going and show off for him. Caspian is, he needs 1 more win. That's all he needs to do. But he really wants to win twice. He's got to look good. He's just got to keep his nerves. Don't be nervous and win. And that's the plan. Tanya. A win streak. Tanya didn't expect to have one of those. This was just for fun, but if it means she can win without the upcoming rock monsters, it must mean she's on the right track. She came into this event with a deck she felt wasn't as good, but she's 3-1 right now. 1 win makes the top cut, and she hasn't even gotten the upgrade she wants to get from the upcoming sets, so hey, maybe rock monsters are the way to go. Renelle. Knowledge is within grasp. Renelle just has to win, and maybe she can learn just a little more. If she can get 1 win, she gets that top cut and potentially gets close to finding out more secrets about these cards. Yes, they've got built-in anti-cheat, but there's something else. She wants to know what it is. 12. More wins. Ho-hum. Where's my deck? 12 doesn't seem to care at all. He just wants his deck back. That's it. Yukio. These games have been a blast, and the kid from round 3 was so excited, but clearly doesn't have a ton of money. He's going to find a friend of his and see if he can hook the boy up with some new cards after the event. He may have beaten Skylar, but he sees somebody who could use a little help, so just maybe a wink and a nudge to a friend of his. And that'll help him out. Case. Case feels like he's hanging on for dear life. That last loss to Xiaoxing was rough, but he won't give up. This deck is good. He knows he can improve things from here. He should have lost round 1 to Yukio. He lost to Xiaoxing. So he definitely feels on edge, but, he's got Guilford. He's got his new deck. His friends helped him. He's just going to push through. That's what he's got to do. To hang in there. I believe in you, Case. Mikana. Mikana's hopes run high. He knows that just 1 win gets the top cut. So he just needs that. Then he can make day 2. Focus up and trust the fire. He's pretty confident. He knows Damon is out there lurking, the person that took him out of contention to make worlds already. So he just needs to do it 1 more time, and this time not fumble at the finish line. Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing feels it in her hand. The zombies are doing so well. She won't let them or her family down. She's 3-1. That's 3 more wins than she's ever had. She just has to keep winning, and she can do it. I believe she can do it. Great Mammoth of Gold fine, and Nine-Tailed Fox have been powerhouses. Let's see what else she can do. Leo. Leo is showing the power of beauty, and it's almost there. However, he's already got a text message from a very important number congratulating him and letting him know his art will be on the prize card for the champion of this event. He will be receiving a playset as well. That's right. Leo's play and art has caught the attention of someone, and they're printing a card with his art right now to give to the champion, and of course they're going to let Leo have copies, which is very nice. That is the recognition he's been looking for. It's almost like a weight has come off his shoulders. Good job, Leo. Lacey. Lacey just made it in time for her round 3 opponent, and losing to a child was fun. She hopes her son is having just as much fun as she is. He really seemed inspired by that game with the champion. She could see it in Skylar's eyes. He lost. He's probably not going to make the top cut, but it was inspiring, and that's good. She wants to show off for him, so she only needs one win, and maybe at least she can also be just as inspiring for her son. Alex. Getting their first loss in round 4 was surprising. They know if they focus up, they can actually do something. They were getting ready to ditch the Super Robos, but maybe it's not time for that yet. They're even surprising themselves with just how well they're doing. They are one win away from making top cut with Super Robo Lady and Super Robo Yaru. Maybe they can really do this. Bane. He really wanted to congratulate his friend on her first win, but the recruits seemed to be there just a bit faster. That's okay though, they'll have time later. Bane really wanted to go say hi to Barry, but once again, as soon as something happened, the other recruits were on top of it. But that's okay. He's still got to try his best and, catch her after the event. Lola. Sleepy, but Layla made her promise they'll both make top cut. And no amount of being tired will make her let her sister down. She just needs to wake up. Panay. Already qualified, yay! He just wishes his big sister did too, but that's okay. Medal to the top. Panay's already qualified. Even if he loses the next 2 rounds, he made top cut. He's still going to keep trying to win though. Metal Morph, Metal Zoa, Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon, they're so cool. They've got big numbers. Can't quit winning. Tay. Tay's doing great. She's doing fantastic. You're doing awesome, Tay. You already made the top. It's fine. 13. Winning was not his goal today, but that's fine. He seems to be enjoying this more than his brother. Is it too much? 13 seems almost conflicted by how much he's enjoying playing the game. He's not supposed to be here to do that, but, he did make top cut, so maybe it's okay to keep going? We'll have to see. And that is going to be it for our introductions. Let's get into rounds 5 and 6 and see who tops, who doesn't, and who can make things happen. I'm so excited. Let's go. All right, and we are back for the last 2 rounds of regionals. I hope y'all are excited as I am. We have some characters already locked in, some characters already eliminated. It's gonna be a really, really good time, and I don't see any reason to wait any longer. Let's jump into Tay versus Panay. Super excited. Let's see who can keep the undefeated streak going. We have Tay's incredible nervousness versus Panay's panache and confidence. So it's really a big clash of styles here. And not a great opener for Tay at all. But Panay only opening with Nikoichi in attack mode, so that could have been worse. Solemning the fissure. While Tay does a lot of burn, that may actually be pretty good here. Cobraman, not a good card, really. Revealing the revival spell. Just gonna pop the new face down. No, go with the revival spell. I think that's actually a very good play. Try and stop any additional Zoa or Red Eye shenanigans. Now getting to go to Grave Oja, but Metal Morph the train. However, I think we're about to see a big swing here, depending. Well, actually, there's a trap for either scenario. And Tay very patient, popping the whole board with Needle Sealing. Okay, I think Panay is really on the back foot now. The Cobra Man doesn't even have anything to reveal. 2,400 to the dome. Okay, it's gonna take a good pull here. I mean, Tay's got the trap card. That's it. Tay with a quick game one. And we are on to game two. So now the big question is she going to be able to lock in here, or is Panay going to continue to impress? Again, these two have already both locked in their top. This is just for seeding now. And I think this is actually a much better hand here for Tay than her last one, so she may be in a pretty good position. And Soloming the Royal Keeper. So I think a good reborn here. Basically, that Royal Keeper just did 4,100 damage this turn. I think you love that if you're Tay here. Alright. A bricked up hand here. Sword Locust is only 1,000, but it is a clock, and we'll get rid of that back row next turn if it's not dealt with. What are we seeing? Not good. I think finally. Yes, this is exact lethal. Panay, despite everything he's done up to this point, Tay is just too good. And with exact lethal, 2-0's Panay, you gotta give it to her. She may be nervous, but I think we all believe in her. The fact that it wasn't even close, those Solemns coming back to bite Panay here, as Tay is going to take it 2-0. Not a bad first loss to have. And now this is our possibility of having one final undefeated. 13 versus Yukio. We'll see if 13 keeps up his winning ways, or if Tay stands alone at the top of the mountain. Okay, 13 versus Yukio. With 13 getting to go first. This I expect to be an absolute barn burner. Very good monsters starting here on 13's side. 2,000 defense is just going to hold a lot of things down. Emergency call for the Stratos. Stratos for the Avion. Alright, the Giant Soldier going to be able to hold off the Stratos here, but oh, go ahead and going for the Dark Hole. Okay, I thought maybe there was going to be a Desire Sit. Well, you know what? Actually, that works. Able to keep up. Able to put up a Solemn. Not stopping the search here. He's going to Solemn the Stratos. But that's fine. Yukio set the reborn. Oh, his entire hand is Stratos and 3 Avions, at least. Because he didn't search and there was nothing to pop, so... And there goes the back row. Not a bad set there by Yukio, as you know, we know his hand is full of E-heroes, so he Needs something to run over. While he builds up his wall of wind here. So it's at this point, who can get what they need first? Yukio needs a poly, and 13 needs a Knight of the Red Lotus. Whoever can get it is really going to take control of the game. But Yukio has a few ways to draw into it, whereas 13 just has to either hard draw it or maybe draw into a pot of greed. At least getting these little bits of chip from Yukio attacking with the Wing Guard. Only reason 13's still in this is because of that Giant Soldier of Stone. Alright, the sword's I think gonna help a lot. Not bothering to run over Avion, probably. Okay. Excuse me. Gyojin. Not too bad here. Over another Avion, so running out of E-heroes to fuse with, at the very least. Stratos in defense mode. I don't know about that one, Chief. Going to take Yukio's Stratos. Are they willing to crash Stratos here? Alright. Now, I'm going to check the graveyard. Are there any elemental heroes left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. But the rest of his warriors may end up able to be enough, because now if he can just keep the pressure up, if he's willing to crash and keep attacking, trading off 1600, that puts 13 at 650 life points, and it's going to take a lot to get a Red Lotus. Alright, well, 2000 defense can stall for a little bit. More sets. And it does bait the attack. Dust Tornado popping Revenge of the Normal. If Yukio has a single monster, he takes game 1. And there we go, game 1 to the champ. No fusions necessary. Can he keep it up? Take game 2. $13 getting to go first here. No Knight of the Red Lotus really hurt him, but Yukio was playing without a poly, so I'd say all fair there. But Knight of the Red Lotus, I imagine, is coming down early this time. It'd be hard to beat a face-down Robotic Knight on Yukio's side. Adding Stratos. That'll do it. He's the champ for a reason. I swear. Alright, well, this time it's another Robotic Knight. Alright, not going to stop the Knight of the Red Lotus this time. So, does Yukio have an answer? He has the trap hole. Alright, well, that I think is going to put 13 pretty far behind. Because one thing Yukio has that most decks don't is 1800 on his beaters. We need a Giant Soldier Stone or a board wipe here. Swords will also work. Swords will help get that Knight of the Red Lotus on the board. Or it won't. Or he plays the Harpies. That Yukio is going to 2-0 the most terrifying deck in this tournament. Because he's just the champ. Completely dismantling 13 is Yukio. Meaning Tay is our only undefeated going into the final round. Not something I expected for sure. Next though, two recruits face off, Xiaoxing versus Alex. Neither of these players are automatically eliminated if they lose, but you have to win at least one of these games to stay in. So they may not necessarily be fighting for their life, but it can be hard to stay in. Not a good hand by Xiaoxing at all. Depending on what she can draw here, at least. Alright, well, a Duster's good. Trap Hole, Cybernetic Zone. Alex with the Feather Dusting the MST, so... Gonna put Xiaoxing on the back foot pretty early. Not Alex's strongest lineup of monsters here, so... Yeah, having to set the poly and hope that's a good enough bluff here. Just going in for 23 again. It's not enough to deter the attacks from Alex. Setting the Goblin Zombie. That'll slow stuff down. Gets a Search here, which is really going to help. Alex sees it fit that it's worth the attack. Only 2,500 life points on Xiaoxing's side, but she does have the Dragon Zombie, so... That means hypothetically she's going to be able to start taking control of this board. But drawing the King of the Swamp, going into the Super Robo Yaru, immediately overpowering the Dragon Zombie. Alex is in this to play, but Pyramid Turtle's very good. Yep, you have to do it. And unfortunately I saw that there. If that wasn't Pyramid Turtle, Alex won. It was definitely worth the shot. Now Nine-Tailed Fox is up. Not willing to crash here. Robo Lady turning out to be great protection from Fissure. Now willing to crash, and I think that's a good decision. Would have loved it a turn earlier, but at least it's going to wipe away the tokens and get it for 450 more. Alex really taking it to Xiaoxing, who's just not drawn well. Okay, Book of Life's going to change a lot. Now it's up to Alex to clear the nine-tailed fox again. It is easily the stickiest monster in this tournament. Honestly, I forgot about the piercing. Zombie Tiger doing a lot of work. Well. Rat going into a rat. This rat goes into an Oni tank. Alright, now can Alex get out of this hole when there's two foxes? They were doing so well, but finally Xiaoxing was just able to catch up. This might be it. I guess that was worth the dust tornado, just in case, but... 1600 piercing. Getting a Robo Lady. And that's gonna be game one. Alex had me convinced they had that game for a second, but Xiaoxing, she was just able to pull it back. We've still got game two. Can they pull this up? Having Xiaoxing go first. Maybe Alex can pull something out by getting this first attack in. Just a set. Gaia power gonna be massive because there's also a lot of earth monsters on Xiaoxing's side. Polying a little late. However, that actually a 2100 Parapsychroid would be pretty good if Xiaoxing didn't have this fissure in hand. This might be another slugfest of a game. Now the AI is willing to harpies here if it feels like... That's what I was saying, there we go. Wants to lower that rat a little bit. Not that the goblin zombie protects, but it'll get the search, get something to overpower the rat. Roboyaro chipping in. However, I feel like Xiaoxing has just gained a lot of control over this game. Getting a zombie tiger, getting rid of the Parapsychroid. Minefield driller. Okay, hold. That might have been super smart, actually. Yes, that was exactly the monster needed. Now just, is it going to be enough? The guy powers a 500 boost, but you need a good monster after that. Hypothetically, some sort of... You need Super Roboyaro. Without the Robo Lady, this could be harder to get. But it can at least clear the Dragon Zombie here. stem the bleeding. If they can just draw a removal spell and start popping the tokens. Oh, well. Second Nine-Tailed Fox is going to make that much harder. Going for Decayed Commander. Hoping to get hand rips. Xiaoxing with her own level 3 vanilla. This Dragon Zombie is a big level 3 vanilla. Unfortunately, it looks like Alex may be getting put down onto the bubble. Yeah, without the fusion spell there. Not even bothering with Great Mammoth of Goldfine. And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be another 2-0. Because no matter what happened here, the eye was gonna make sure somebody got in. Xiaoxing locked into top. Alex gonna need to continue to fight for it. And a 2-0 again. You know, Xiaoxing doesn't feel good about putting Alex on the bubble, but that's okay. They can just step up and win their next game. The next fighting to secure a spot in the top 15 is Leo versus Mikina. Two very different deck ideas here. It's gonna be very interesting. Leo more focused on art. Mikina very focused on that pyro type. That change of heart about to do big work. Gonna get a search. Who we get? We getting Morinfin? No, Grappler. Interesting. I imagine I see the play that's coming. Yep, change of heart, take Spearhead of the Ashen. In comes Morinfin for 1550. And Saku, one of the few really reliable battle traps. Hero of the Ashen, unfortunately, is not going to beat Sakuretsu, leaving Mikina wide open for more Morinfin beats. Mikina, do you have anything else? Alright. Spearhead is gonna deal 150, take control of the board. A 1700 monster is pretty big compared to what Leo's got. Might have to, yep, hold out, see what can happen here. Molten Zombie 16, pretty good one. Unfortunately, Dark Mirror Force isn't going to help here. So, Pot of Greed though. Sword's exactly the kind of thing Leo needs right now. Get that search going, see what he can find. Priestess and Solar Flare into Embers. Could be even harder to push through this at this point. Now, Leo only needs to deal 3050. But currently he can deal 0. Backfire in case Molten Zombie goes down. Alright, Yoranzo baiting the trap hole. Lucky Iron Axe a little too late. good, strong start for Leo here, but... 2,900 fusion monsters gonna be hard for Leo to beat. And Sea Common's not gonna be enough. Looks like game 1 is going to be going to Mikana, despite starting so far down. And the twin-headed fire dragon. A very interesting first game. Mikana really, really wanting to lock down this top after not getting it in hell. Can he 2-0 Leo here? Leo choosing to go second. Alright. Invasion of Flame is one of the weakest things Mikano can be doing. But I think that's a good little trade-off here. Oh, got Whitespark ruined, and unfortunately the Iron Axe will not go off that way. Molten Zombie. Let's see here. Well, Trap Hole could be... Unfortunate you didn't save it for the tribute for the Morinfen, so... And then you didn't go in with Yoranzo before. Also, unfortunate. Sometimes the AI just sees two lines and takes a third worse line that's a combination of the other two. Luckily for Leo, he's got a lot of search in his deck, but 2 Molten Zombies is going to be a lot of damage. And Morinfen alone isn't going to be enough. Going into the Embers here. Is Leo cooked? That's the question. Another Morinfen, not awesome at the moment. Getting to search Yoranzo here, probably the right search, but I mean, if you don't get a board clear, it's over soon. Well, maybe if he plays one of his weaker monsters, everything will be okay. Playing no monsters, alright. And even better, not being attacked directly here. So another 1,500 defense. This time decided to go in. Will be now only a couple attacks left. Paying 1,000 to get out Cherubin. Ah! Yeah, this might be 2-0 here. And while a handful full of Morinfens is beautiful, it is not going to be enough to get Leo the win. Meaning, it's going to be 2-0 Mikana, who has also locked his way into the top 15, whereas Leo will have to continue to fight for it. And another 2-0. Mikana has to be pleased here. Leo definitely not out by any means. Meaning we're going to move on to Lacey versus Renell to see who gets that next top confirmed spot. Lacey, Renell. Let's see who punches their ticket into the final, like into the top cut right now. Both decks have performed very well. Lacey getting to open with Wolf Axe Wielder, not bad at all. Well, Fissure into Harpies. Pursuit Chaser. I mean, luckily Lacey has the Beaver Warrior here, but... And a Horn of the Phantom Beast. Actually, this is going to be a great swing here. Because you're going to not be getting getting over an equipped Beaver Warrior. Without a Gravity Blaster, at least. Ooh, choosing not to go. And this is actually going to be an even bigger swing, I think, here for Lacey. As long as she... Yep. Doesn't use the Horn of the Phantom Beast yet. Losing out on some bonus damage. Turns out to be a great call, as the last Fissure comes down on Riddle's side. Steel Scorpion going to get rid of that Beaver Warrior, but not sure how much that actually matters. Oh, this would have been so good. Oh, never mind. Gravity Blaster on the Time Eater. Lacey getting no main phase 1 or main phase 2 next turn. Just draws and passes because you don't have a choice. And the Gravity Blaster is a permanent boost. Lacey not in a good way. Unfortunately, I think this is, yep. That's going to be it for her in game 1. A strong start. But Riddle just had more of it. Time Eater for 27. Can Lacey bounce back in games 2 and 3? Are we getting another 2-0? Want to see what Lacey chooses to do here. Going first again. Seeing if that's going to work out for her. Cat Ear Tribe, Horn of the Phantom Beast, Sojin. I mean, it's not a bad opener. That may have been the worst version of the opener. The Helping Robo. At least there's a dark hole here for Lacey. Yeah. Dark Hole to Reborn for the Helping Robo. Hopefully will help her dig for some monsters here. Trap Hole gonna hopefully keep the field clear. Oh no, Helping Robo needs to destroy a monster. Okay. It's gonna make it even worse, but yeah, not so much worse, but could be better. Cyber Phoenix 1600 defense, so gives Riddle time to look for something here. Into attack mode. Getting the Leotard Trap Hold. You would have loved to keep that if you're Lacey here. Maybe Riddle really wanted the card draw and it's worth it to give the cycle. I mean, if you want it bad enough, it is, I think, worth it. Unfortunately for the Time Eater, that is a trap hole. Pot of Greed returned by Lacey here. And a very smart MST. Unfortunately, the AI will not activate some cards in response to destruction. Really should have activated the Time Seal there. There was no real use in not doing it. Lacey may be able to clean up game 2 with just solid board presence all around. Yep, that's gonna be it. Game 2 to Lacey. Alright, so match point here. Who is locking in the top and who will continue to fight? Lacey definitely has not felt out this whole match. That win has to be good. Rennell choosing to go first this time. Oh, very strong start, I feel here. A Mystical Space Typhoon and a Battle Ox. That you know, that gets the draw, but that's fine. With the Reborn able to get the Neko Gal next turn. Yeah, regardless of what happens. Or is Lacey going to be patient with it and save it for something else? Nope, choosing to go into Battle Ox right now. Are we going to see a second normal summon, or are we going to see the Tribute? We're going to see the second normal summon. And 1,000 burn back to Lacey. So ahead by 100, but has 2 monsters on board. Terminal World Swords, alright. If Rennell can get a Time Eater here, she can start coming back. That's basically what she needs, is to get a Time Eater and to start taking away turns. There it is. Lacey about to lose 3 whole turns. No main phase 1, no main phase 2. The swords did exactly what it was supposed to. Just that one turn. That was basically a one-turn swords. But it really helps Rennell recover. Now Lacey's definitely not out of it. No, I think she is. I think this is game. Because Lacey can't play a card. Because she had a monster be destroyed. That's it. The turn lock worked to perfection. Meaning it is completely over for Lacey here. And Rennell has gotten into top cut. Very nicely played here by Rennell. So with the 2-1, we're now going to take it over Lacey. Some real strong players still having to fight their way in. Next is going to be Bane and Tanya. Big game here. Tanya, a deck I did not expect to still be in the running after this. Versus Bane, someone who's been very, very solid the whole time, so. Whiptail Torrential, a very, very good start, I feel. Tanya not really having much to compete with a 1650. I say that, but Wasteland plus a 1500. I said that only to be immediately proven wrong. These little field spells may not do a lot, but sometimes they're just that little boost you need in situations like this. And another Rock Spirit, this time no Dark Hole. when there are two monsters on board. Bane already on the back foot. Dark Geroid can kind of help, but... But now it's up to Bane to get a removal spell quickly. Unfortunately, there went a removal spell. And with the Moai Cannons face down, that Twin-Headed Wolf's not going to be able to do anything about them. And I think that's game. I think Bane has lost game one here. Oh, yep. That'll do it. Tanya, very, very strong opening here. Can she clinch it? Not a great... The opener felt okay for Bane, but it just didn't end up working out. I really wonder what he could do here. Dark Geroid Karibo, not awesome. But Geroid plus Axe of Despair does get over most things in defense, but you'd rather do Newdoria, which will get over pretty much anything in defense, except Ahsoka Pillar. Well... At least it's 2200 attack. It is no longer 2200 attack. I swear, anytime I compliment what somebody's doing, and unfortunately not popping the Ahsoka Pillar there. Well, it's gonna be a good trap hole. Unfortunately, the AI is probably going to summon Dark Geroid in attack mode here. No, very wisely putting it in defense mode. Another Rock Spirit. And a Golem Sentry. I think that's it. I think Bane has lost this game. Because there's just not a board clear left. Maybe he can draw into Torrential, but... It's really, there's one turn left. Just good, solid gameplay here from Tanya. That's it. Bane's gonna go down 2-0. And the Rock deck is going to be secured into the top cut. Very nice play here by Tanya. Tanya, 2-0 over Bane. The clean sweep into top cut means we have Lola Dunder versus 12. Are we going to see a Dunder sister in top cut? Are we going to see 12 joining his brother? Both very interesting things. Getting to open with a Thunder Nyan Nyan is big. Electric Lizard Rider, Plasma Ball, however, not as great. Into the 2k attack Flash Assailant. Wow. Electric Blizzard good for a stun, or TT good for a board pop. Are we getting either of those things? There we go. It doesn't matter. Back into the Flash Assailant. Another 2k. Lola already down to half life points. Just the Plasma Ball in defense. 2k left. I assume if you're Lola here, you just have to put both monsters down. But stems the bleeding a little bit. Gives you another turn. $12 getting to keep his hand empty the whole game. Lola just has to hope here that she can get a Polly or a King of the Swamp next turn, and that 12 has nothing to destroy this face-down monster. That's going to be it. Game 1 going to 12. So one of these back row were just for the fun of it, I guess. Trap hole, yep. Chose not to attack for some reason. He's just playing with his food for no reason. What's going on? Why isn't he... Does the AI think it's stuck? I'm checking Ryrider. Oh! I misread Ryrider. It stopped Flash Assailant from attacking. Okay. I thought the stun effect was different. Anyway, heading into game 2 here. Yeah, I thought he was just styling on Lola, but no, he couldn't attack over it. Okay. I thought Ryrider had to be face up on the field, not the other monster. Oh, okay. A great opener here for Lola, hypothetically. Massive, actually. She's going to be able to get 3 monsters on board turn 1. The only twin-headed she's going to get this game, but might be the only twin-headed she needs. Judgment of Thunder is a backup. Okay, no more Judgment of Thunder. Giant Rat, however, does not care about being stunned here. And Diana gaining 1,000 life. Not too bad. Giant Rat goes into the Pyramid Turtle. That enough at least to scare off that particular attack. Taking out Diana. And the twin-headed is going to be stuck for a while, but it is 2100 attack, so... Revealing versus concealing light. Both players sitting for a little bit, but 12 will be chipping in with Luna here. And that's the board clear. The search off of the Witch. Getting another Luna. See what the return pot of greed here gets for Lola. The answer is not much. I think that's a great TT here. Now Lola just needs a monster, a Diana, a Thunder Nyan Nyan. Something big enough. Ride Rider would even be okay. It'd be at, it would not be bigger than a tomato, but it could hold defense. Ah, there we go. Diana, being a thunder monster, very big here. Going into Sangan. Who will help get another search. Another destructive card by the assassin, keeping himself in the game. And that might even be a Knight Assailant face down. And thanks to the mountain, the Plasma Ball gets Trap Hold. $2,200 more. What does Lola have in the tank here? Another Diana. But if that's a Dark Assailant, it's not going to be fantastic. Oh, Knight Assailant instead of Dark Assailant. It is the Knight Assailant. And that's it. 12 will be going into top cut. Using Lola's twin-headed Thunder Dragon. And that's it. 12. 2-0 over Lola. Still has a shot at topping, but it's much harder now. So our last win-in match. Caspian versus Case. Let's see who can clinch it. Spirit Ryu or Warriors. Caspian been doing honestly outstanding so far. He can always choke it here at the end, but opening Spirit Ryu Heart of the Underdog always nice though. Depending on his draws here, that's just an OTK. Getting the Kojikosi. And the Pot of Greed. To another Spirit Ryu. I mean, it's a 4K Spirit Ryu currently. Okay. Oof, losing the trap hole there. Bad news. That actually puts Case in a great spot. Yep. Kojikosi able to run over the Spirit Ryu. And Serpent Night Dragon doesn't do anything in your hand like that. And stopping the Heart of the Underdog proc. Alright. Despite a good opener, once again, Case able to get a stabilizing card against something big. Now Kojikosi at 23. Familiar Knight chipping in. These upgrades to Case's deck have gone fantastic for him. Yeah, just gonna pop the Lightning Blade here. Reduce damage by 800, I mean, may as well at that point. And Exiled Force if something sticks. Not choosing to go in with Familiar Knight, I guess it doesn't change the clock yet. Okay, can Case get, 1,200 more damage on board? Not quite. Caspian able to stay in by 12. And that's it. Game 1's going to Case, who was basically entirely in control. So we head into Game 2. I swear, and anytime I'm, praising someone, they're doing worse. Caspian choosing to go first again. Dragon dwelling in the cave, heart of the underdog. Yeah, okay. Very good defensive opening here. The Warrior Lady of the Wasteland. It's fine there. Let's see how many heart of the underdog draws we get. Komori. Baby. Oh. Just being patient, only discarding one, does mean Spirit Ryu will go down next turn, because Case can definitely get another monster over 1,000 attack. The AI not willing to go super crazy with the Spirit Ryus. Probably smart to do. Kochikosi has the Lightning Blade, gonna protect it with Boku. Oh, what a play! Discarding Baby and Komori Dragon to get Spirit Ryu up to 3k. Pay some life points, discard a couple of cards. But it did work. Little Trooper, gonna go get another Little Trooper? Yeah. Not a bad call there. Reborning the Little Trooper. There he is, the 2 Tribute Guilford. Which means Caspian needs a hell of a draw here. You know what, that works too. It's messy, but it gets widespread ruined. Well, that could have worked. Are we seeing the final Masked Dragon here? We are. And are we seeing the Spirit Ryu again? That's the big question. We are. The AI is going for it. Caspian is going to draw a dragon, in his opinion. He did. He even drew a vanilla. Okay, yeah, Dark Hole. Dark Hole probably better. That was the last Spirit Ryu, however. So it's going to take the 2 tributes into the Serpent Night Dragon to get anything else going. However, Case heavily on the back foot at this point. Instant fusion into his trusted Flame Swordsman. Into Freed. Okay. See what the draws look like. Only one. Maybe with 2 Heart of the Underdogs. Caspian pulls the rest of this out. However, getting to search up Kochikosi instead of a draw. It just does mean Case will always have a monster. So this is really Caspian's last turn to get something. And he didn't get it. Case will be taking the 2-0 and locking in his top cut spot. outstanding work here. A lot of the recruits have done very, very well. And Case takes it 2-0. Next, we're going to head into some of the 2-2 games. And how these are going to go. If you lose, you're out. If you win, you are still not in yet. So this is a game. These are going to start being games for tournament lives. Any 2-2 game. That's just how it works. So they have to hope for the best. Let's see who gets it. Angela versus Damon. Let's do it. Angela versus Damon. Like I said, whoever wins stays in. Whoever loses is out. Doesn't guarantee you a top cut. Can Angela be the guardian angel that protects this tournament from someone who's here to cause chaos, or will Damon get his way? Not a bad opener here from Angela. Yeah, you had a lot of good options. Spirit of the Heart in defense, Shining Abyss either position. Shining Angel to attack, nothing really wrong with that. Terra gets the poly. Into the Dark Blade, the Dragon Knight. Shining Angel going to the Light Effigy. Okay. Try to get back the Pitch Dark. Okay. Think Dark Blade a little better, but that's alright. No Wingweaver here. Wingweaver would have been a really, really good draw there. Or just get into the Horned Source. No, get into another Dark Blade. That's why he added back the Pitch Dark, because he had another Dark Blade in hand. Actually kind of nuts. Gonna keep banishing here. I assume she has to go into another Light Effigy. And just hope she draws the Wingweaver. But she doesn't. Just gonna run over the Kyptera, get 100 in, keep the board a little more gummy. But, I mean, 2 monsters this big and a Dark Blade. At least that Shining Abyss ends up eating 2 attacks. I'm sure the Spirit of the Harp will eat 2 as well. Losing 1 Dark Blade, the Dragon Knight. Dark Blade in for 18. Sure, we're going to see the same play next turn, but is it enough? Or are we going to game 2 with a very solid win by Damon? Into the Kiryu. Down to just 1,200 life. And equipping to the Dark Blade. That's it, yep. No matter who runs over the Spirit of the Harp here, the other will get the win. Alright, well, pretty easy cleanup here by Damon. Can Angela turn this around? She definitely wants to help these people who are so excited to play actually, you know, get the chance to top, even if she can't. But in order to do that, she'll need to beat Damon. Having him go first. Should have worked out well with the Smash and Ground, but he managed to set a monster. Pretty unlike him, because it is a troop dragon. Losing the TT here. Reinforcement of the army to get a Dark Blade. Just running over Shining Abyss. Not a terrible start. Spirit of the Harp in attack mode, I do not like. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Yep. Would have loved that Spirit of the Harp in defense if I was, you know, if I was Angela there, but there we go. And swords, just in case of a fusion. Ooh, the Exiled Force actually working out really well. Alright, well, I mean, Luminous Sparks do be a good way to turn a game around. And Dark Hole. Okay. At least we're gonna get an Angel token here. Angela have anything on the comeback? Just a Forgiving Maiden, who, thanks to Luminous Sparks, cannot protect from the Dark Blade anymore. Captera gets the poly. Does she have anything left in the tank? She needs a decent attack point monster here. Block attack, not quite it. 4,200 damage. Angela, can you not get 2-0'd? Let's see, off the pot of greed. There we go, Shining Angel. It will require the Exiled Force tribute. Damon proceeds to tribute the wrong Exiled Force. Alright, well, as long as Damon doesn't draw a monster, Angela's still in, but he probably will. And he did get Sufuma. That is a 2-0 for Damon. Angela fought hard, just wasn't enough. Angela, unfortunately, could not be the guardian that the tournament needed. Keeps Damon in with a solid 2-0. Next is Coriander versus Emery. Sometimes, when you're in these big tournaments, the winning in is against someone you care about. These are two friends, only one of which gets to continue having a shot. Coriander with the Seismic Crasher, Giant Rat. Emery with Eatos. If Coriander did not have this Dark Hole here, that could have been very crazy. Going ahead and Armory Calling to hand. Getting the Grarl. And the Seismic Crasher for 14, not bad. Seal just to weaken the Crasher. Into the TT. Okay. Well, at least Coriander drew the Monk Fighter here. We know all that's in hand right now is Grarl. That face down could be anything. Monk Fighter, immune to battle damage, so that's good. Able to clear the vanilla after that. Oh. Reborning Eatos. A massive 2500. That's going to be able to clear just about anything up. And because of the lack of battle damage effect, Coriander's going to be very happy to keep Monk Fighter in attack mode. Leaving Emery with just one more turn. Saving the Invigoration, no need for it at the moment. It was a good Hail Mary there to attempt to get the axe on the Dark Rabbit. Instead, that is going to be a perfect victory for Coriander in Game 1. Just needs to keep himself in for another game to see if round 6 will matter. Emery choosing to go first this time. You know, Damon, believe it or not, would actually be really needing Emery to win this for his tiebreakers. Double Eatos, a great way to get a win, though. Arsenal Summoner, searching Guardian Grarl. And Eatos in for 5K. Getting rid of the Armory Call. Is it just over? It's just over. Like I said, Damon wants Emery to get this win for his tiebreakers. The rabbits go in, and finally, Eatos, a turn 5 win here from Emery. Coriander choosing to go first this time. It's just time to see who gets it. Double Rock Spirit is not a good opener. Just Dust Tornado Pass is not what you want to see. Hopefully, for Coriander, there's no Eatos here. Alright, only an Arsenal Summoner. He might be okay, depending on what this draw is. Okay. Giant Rat, double Invigoration. A 2200 Rat, and it, most importantly, gets a monster in the graveyard to stop the Eatos from special summoning. And can run over any defense monster that Emery could put out. Search here's for Grarl. KS to make Giant Rat immune to the Invigorations. That is actually such a killer play. Unfortunately, yeah, Goggle Golems. Now, it doesn't deal with the Arsenal Summoner with 2 Grarls. Missing out on a little damage there. But, I mean, both players doing something here. Double checking Seismic Crasher's ability. Yeah, just burn for continuous spells and traps. And unfortunately, attacking the face downs in the wrong order. A lot of chip on Coriander here. And the Star Bow doesn't really matter here, I think. Well, it kind of matters if he's going to leave all of his monsters in attack mode, and losing the Jujitsu Master actually really hurts. That could have cleaned up the Arsenal Summoner. I don't know why he won't switch the other two to defense. Possibly out of fear of the Guardian KS'd, but you can't care about that right now. Your life points are 2150. Gonna go down by 2k here, down to 150. Into the Grarl, yep, because there are 3 gravity axes on board. Is there anything left in the tank for Coriander here? Unfortunately not. Wasted a lot of life points. Emery will be the one continuing on. Coriander has been eliminated. With the 2-1. In the reverse sweep nonetheless. Emery's tournament hopes stay alive. As we head into the next 2-2 of Mark versus Belladonna. Will Mark's slashing damage deal with these slimes? We'll have to see. We've seen Celtic Guardians have their ups and downs so far in this tournament. A very usable hand here from Mark. Choosing to go with the rat. There's Belladonna searching up the Worm Drake. Ooh, kind of a good move if that wasn't a giant rat. Choosing not to go off the floater battle here. Celtic Guardian just going to stand strong at 1900 attack. The obnoxious Celtic Guard as well. Okay, into the humanoid Worm Drake. Now, will the AI play this mysterious guard correctly? That's the big question. It is a great source of removal. And swords protection here. Dust tornadoing Serious Guard, understandable, or the Gaia Power, which is understandable. Guard in for 800. Mysterious Guard, a very, very underrated card in my opinion, in older formats. It's such a good bounce card. And the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. Gets to draw 2 here. And just about any monster or spell trap that gets drawn here. Alright, I think Mark's taking game 1. Doesn't even bother with the Marauding Captain effect. Just cleans it up. Heading into game 2 with Belladonna choosing to go second. Okay. Decent options here. The only way to overpower would need to crash to get rid of the Celtic Guard. Putting up swords, alright. Michizure, a great thing to pop as well. Mysterious Guard for the bounce. It's an old man of extermination getting here. Got rid of all of her Michizure. Whereas Mark is continuing to gain Celtic Guards. Getting in the humanoid worm slime. Or the humanoid slime. It's not a worm slime yet. With the Gaia power, it's going to be enough. The invigoration is just that little sprinkle on top. With double King of the Swamp, it's going to be very hard for Belladonna to get into a humanoid worm drake at this point. And the Nobleman. Huge swing here. Down to just 1,500 life points. Is there anything left for Belladonna? Nope. Just monster defense mode. Probably could have made it the humanoid slime, but it ultimately wouldn't have mattered. It definitely matters now, actually. That'll reflect slime at 3,200. Gives her time to come up with something. But also gives him time to come up with something. Worm Drake dealing a little bit of chip. That's going to be an 800 point swing back the other way, so... hypothetically not a bad pop if he didn't have another Gaia power. Belladonna only at 700. She really needs to clear the board. I mean, it's kind of all she's got. Mark wisely not summoning the Noble Arms here, knowing he can't empty out his hand. But at this point, yeah, I think we're just... I hope this doesn't go to deck out, but... Check out Mark's graveyard real quick. Oh, he's got plenty of ways to... He's got ways to clean that up. He's just to draw one. Does Belladonna have... Well, she's got Harpies. Okay, and she's still got Dark Hole as well. So... But if she Dark Holes without a monster backup, then... that may as well be no monster backup. With an Invigoration, yep. And there we go. Mark gonna take it 2-0 over Belladonna. Belladonna has been eliminated. Alright. Mark, hope's still alive. See, 2-0's Belladonna. The next will be Krim versus Skylar. Krim, the last one with an opportunity to top from the shop, or Skylar. Just a kid doing his best with his beast deck. Two bricks in the opener here. Not great for Krim. He does have a Rush, Recklessly, and a Waboku, so... Does pop the Rush Recklessly. Gets to Waboku the Picrew here. Skylar, one of the few decks with a low-statted, high-stat monster, so... may have a chance to get a princess. Unfortunately, Krim falling for it. But if we see something like a Baphomet here, that could very quickly... Oh, nope. Fissure. Choosing to go get the Picrew for the life point gain. And 1,000 Needles in defense mode. Mystic Tomato being a plant, getting a boost from the forest. Your beasts are not the only ones, Skylar. However, princesses are just so bad in hand, can't do anything with them. Losing the Dark World Thorns here. At least 1,000 Needles puts up a solid defense. Not anymore. Go ahead and putting up the swords to protect from Gazelle. Actually not a terrible idea. If the AI is willing to run the tomato into the Gazelle here, is not quite. Getting into a Picrew or a Karan, activating Armory Call, getting Trial of the Princess could be big. That's a lot. That's a lot of steps for an AI to think through. So. Oh, there we go. There's Karan who does get trap hold. Skylar gets a pot of greed here and a giant rat. Tries to run over the tomato, and actually instead of crashing or running it over, does lose that. But Gazelle cleaning up both attackers here. Maiden of the Moonlight. Previously a very good card for Krim. Now the AI just needs to see they have a Trial of the Princess. Yep, the AI sees the combat trick here. Karan at 2k now. Skylar's Beast's now on the back foot. And another trial. So now there's no need to sacrifice it for a princess, as she is at 2,800. Skylar's on such a budget, it's going to be hard for a deck like his to be able to beat something like, you know, a fully set up Karan and Picrew. Try and keep the board not as messy, but if Krim just gets a single monster here. Not quite. But yeah, this is game no matter what, unless... Okay, so if Skylar can specifically clear the Karan here, nope. That is a monster on board. Karan will get the burn here. He tried, he had a good opener. But that's okay, he's still got 2 more chances. Skylar choosing to go first. Let's see. If that's 1,000 needles, he's in a good spot. Giant rat. A couple of trap cards. AI saving the trap hole for now. Bokuing the Maiden of the Moonlight. And the Trial of the Princess. Going double trial off the bat. This might be over for Skylar already. This might have been a good time to actually have left a Gazelle in attack mode to have run over the Maiden of the Moonlight. Only 1 Gazelle left. Gonna make it very hard for Chimera to fight back. Krim gaining 2,400 life points. Yeah, poor Skylar unfortunately not able to keep up. Well, hold. He's down by a lot. He's at 400. He is down by 10,450 life points, but he's not technically out of it. Just got himself a couple of more turns. Crim's deck is out of trials and has some princesses. Okay, Skylar has one more turn. Do you have it, Skylar? No. He fought hard. He had a shot there at the end, but he just wasn't drawing what he needed. Crim has eliminated little Skylar from the tournament. Crim, 2-0. Poor little Skylar needing to be comforted by his mom. He was really hoping to make it. Sometimes it's just hard to do. Next up, Aiden versus Bob. For any games, any matches where everyone has already been eliminated, as voted on by my community poll, you will only be getting one game per match, just to give you a taste, but you'll still get the results and all of that. Aiden going second. Aiden doesn't seem too unhappy with his results, and whatever he talked about with the crew, they seemed shocked, but that's okay. Not a good opener by Aiden here. But it's also Bob. So we'll see. Dark Hole. Yeah, actually, a decent solemn there. Just pop whatever that newest thing is. An MST. Okay. Prevent Rat gonna get in for 5. Actually, not much Bob can do against a Prevent Rat. But Aiden doesn't know that, so to defense he goes. And there it goes with the Ojama Country. Well, discarding the other country to get the yellow back. Now, Bob has a few things with more than 0 attack, so Prevent Rat. Nope, not going back to defense. Getting back to Ojama Yellow. Doitsu. And 1,000 direct from Ojama Yellow. Mother Grizzly choosing to crash. Huge move here. Bob then following up with another attack to the Prevent Rat, leaving Aiden wide open. Fissure into Swords. Oh, Fissure into Harpies. Into Swords, okay. Choosing to keep the poly, not going into the Ojama Yellow here. Discarding the Ojama black to get the Ojama yellow. Okay, well, if Aiden could draw anything else here, getting into the Ojama Knight could be very, very big. Normal summoning with extra steps to get into Ojama Knight. Quarantining off 2 zones, getting it for 25. It's a very close game life points wise. Bob with nothing. If Aiden can just get a monster. Sleeping Lion. 17-25, and that is game for Aiden? Not quite. My Renaning into the Koitsu. Sleeping Lion over. There we go. Aiden over Bob. And Aiden was actually able to take it 2-0 over Bob. We're going to check out a quick peek of June versus Barry next. June, a deck that always expects to do better, versus Barry, a deck the AI is still working out on using. Barry with the Pot of Greed, the Goblin Thief, and then the Rapid Fire. So played that a little out of order. Dark Hole. Okay. Warrior Lady. Alright, not a bad opener from June here. Rapid Fire into the Harpies. Ooh, that is going to pop the Rapid Fire once it's destroyed. Gets the little chip, but there goes the Rapid Fire. A very gross Dark Hole here by Barry, but you kind of have to. 1100 from the Warrior Lady. Probably seeing a Swamp Battle Guard next turn. Yep, a Cha-Cha Archer for 500. Popping the Warrior Lady to the Throwstone units. And the Magic Cylinder to protect the Cha-Cha Archer. Sending that 18 back. If I'm June, I would love to see Battle Guard Cadet directly into the feast. Summon those 2 Battle Guards in hand. Not quite. It's only a normal or special. Yeah, only a normal or special, unfortunately. It would have been a big, big push there, and June could have really gotten through. Right now, just relying on a single Swamp Battle Guard. There's another Cha-Cha Archer. Hypothetically, Barry might be able to pull in some burn if June continues to not draw well, but it's going to be difficult to say. Okay, not summoning the Battle Guard Cadet. only seeing it as a 50 attack point monster instead of an engine. Okay, does the AI see the Lava Battle Guard as a bigger... Okay, hold on, it sees this cadet. Oh, there we go. Very much not too bad. Yeah, Dark Room a little late. June is going to take the game. The big swing from the Swamp Battle Guard. June is not winless. In fact, 2-0's Barry. Meaning the only winless player left is Bob. Next up, Amerigo versus Ada. Both decks that have some sauce here. Amerigo going first. But, well, both decks have sauce, but with a deck like Ada's, I wonder how much sauce Amerigo actually has. This may actually be bad for her with the low quality of monsters that Ada does seem to run. Getting to Morphic Jar them each a whole new hand. Which gets Ada into a Pot of Greed. But it gets... Oh. Interesting maneuver here. Just gonna get in for some damage. Heart being the last individual card. Swords, we can see a Shallow Grave as well. Nope, choosing to hang on for now. Would have loved to have seen a Mushroom Man summon there for the extra 1250. No, Waboku's still going off. 600 here to Amerigo. And not aggressive enough with this Mushroom Man. I think the burn here would have been really nice. Morphic Jar and the Cocoon. Alright, well. Now Ada's filled up the board, making it even harder to do the switching shenanigans. Dark Hole, we're going to see an Invader in attack mode. We are 1350. Okay. Now Ada is down 2 Cocoons. Now there's lots of 1500 attack point vanillas. Yep. Overpowers that with the Flying Kamakiri. Without a Harpies, Amerigo isn't looking amazing. Would have much... Oh, you know what? No. That's fine. That's fine. Mobumanga's 1000 attack. Yeah. If you're going to activate TT, which would have been better there to get a search. Maybe try and get a Mushroom Man, something like that. Going ahead and popping the Witch. What does Amerigo search here? Mother Grizzly. Okay. Ada for 12 on that big insect. Mother Grizzly can go in attack mode, but it won't deal with the swords quite yet. Howling Insect. Going into the Giant Flea. So that big insect is so awkward. Would have loved to go into Amoeba there, but was it really a choice to be had? Kind of an unfortunate play, but I do think that right there was the right one. Does require Ada to get through the big insect, but she has one or two more insect princesses. Marigo getting a search for Giant Rat. Yeah, it's kind of hard to justify a Shallow Grave here being down on cards in deck. The Invader. I mean, it will get flipped up next turn. Well, never mind. Depends on what the rat does here. Okay, that Invader comes up and swaps with either the Giant Flea or the Flying Kamakiri number 2, but how much does that help here? It's 150 damage. But the Flying Kamakiri is willing to crash. Is not willing to crash. $500, yeah, this may have taken a little bit of time, but I think this is firmly in Ada's corner. Thanks to that Morphing Jar, both players lost so many cards in deck. They've both been floating. So it's been a long duel. I don't think it's quite as long as it looks. But I do think we're going to see Amerigo go to deck out here. No Insect Princesses on Ada's side has definitely been a detriment. Yeah, that's I think this is it for Amerigo. Oh, there's the Insect Princess. Yep, it's definitely done here. There's so many ways that Amerigo loses this game. And it just looks like the main one is going to, in fact, be deck out. Like, unless Ada... Oh, well, if Ada has a monster. Ada wins right here. Okay. There we go. All Ada has to do is pass. Doesn't bother with that. Does bother with that, very funnily. Dusting Amerigo here. Ada able to actually 2-0 Amerigo. As we move into the next eliminated match of Corsal and North. Corsal versus North. Corsal getting to do an interview about the shop with North during this round, which is pretty good for promotion, but it's all a matter of what happens. If somebody can get a win, just to get a slightly better interview the next round. Or slightly worse one, who knows. Element Magician, a pretty good one. If North can get through the wall that is the dragon dwelling in the cave. Just Fairy Dragon. Potentially burst breathing, I'd imagine. Yep. And another Element Magician that was saved. And unfortunately, the AI likes to just place monsters, even if it would be better to keep them in hand. TTing away the Violent Rain. Alright. Corsal, do you have anything? No, Hyunzaryu. Hurricane, massive 900, huge. Carbonetton is too small. But yeah, no Hurricane is going to attempt to attack into that. Just methodical play by here by Corsal to try and get things back in order. And not gonna be able to go into Hyunzaryu yet. It's just a matter of who can take control of the situation first. Okay. Well, Carbonetton's in the graveyard, so that is a normal monster from deck. It's just all a matter of who Corsal picks here. Banishing for Hyunzaryu. Mist Archfiend into Windstorm of Ataqua to force it to attack mode. God, that was a good play. I had zero issues with that play. The only way I would have liked it better is if you tribute summoned there. Can North get a wind monster here? Yes, he can. That is going to be game for North. Or not. I thought they could attack twice in a row. Oh, it has to destroy a monster by battle. Still game for North regardless. The Lala Leon. There we go. Game for North. And with that, North actually got the 2-0 over Corsal. The shop really just resting on Krim's shoulders at this point. Next game, Fira versus Mary. Fira, a POV I think we've only gotten once or haven't gotten it all in this event, so should be an interesting one. And a not terrible opening hand for her here. A couple of cards to just get stuff out of the hand and get set up. Dian Keto to just gain 1,000. Probably would have liked pitching a monster there over the Dust Tornado. But that's alright. Solar Flare for 15 and the 500 burn. Don't think this is going to go well for Mary, I think. Fira just has too much of a power advantage. Hard to say, though. Maybe a good Pyramid Turtle. It's going to drop Mary all the way down to 1,000 life points. And this might be it. Pyramid Turtle, maybe? Nope, that's going to be it, and game for Fira. Fira with another 2-0. Really funny that these matches I've been skipping have been ending in 2-0s. Next up, Samir versus Kagami. Kagami mimicking to the point that they even seem to be mimicking Samir's wheelchair a little bit. It's very strange. Kagami's a very strange individual. Samir is such a low power deck. You know, Singenjin and Millennium Shield are decent little monsters, but it's a matter of getting them out. Well, that's certainly not going to help. Fiend Reflection, 1300 attack. That might just be enough to deal with most of what Samir has. The Dust Tornado popping the MST. Can Samir come back from just being pushed this far? That's a big question. This is already a bit of a deficit to have to deal with. Both Fiend Reflections and the Millennium Seeker. Big damage. Does Samir have anything in the tank? The Mirror Force just holding legs. Okay, it's gonna get the Beastly Mirror Ritual. It's gonna get played. That's exactly 6. Fiend Mirror. Alright, I think that is game. Kagami cleaning this game right up with the mirrors. Another 2-0. Kagami over Samir. And the final of our matches will be skipping in round 5. Wallace versus Shat Calico. I feel like there's some camaraderie to be had between these two. They just don't know it. Each from some rough families. But that's not something you really talk about at the Duel Monsters table. You just try and enjoy the game. Good thing to get rid of that Robin Goblin, as the Skull Redbird can't beat over. Not setting another Goblin, agreed, however. Going into the Monstrous Bird. Shat Calico going with the non-ninja parts of his deck for now. There it goes. Abisu. Okay. Decoy squad, pothole squad, goblin agreed. Nothing really here too wild for Wallace. Okay, pothole squad's 15. And of course it is the goblin that doesn't go to defense mode. Just can't be trap hold, I believe. Yeah. It's actually just trap hole protection, which is nice. Goblin Goblin, good Goblin housekeeping. Not sure that's going to be enough for Wallace to... Oof, yeah. It's a big swing right there. Is the Beast just gonna do it again? Nope, gonna Harpies this time. And into the big koala. And that's gonna be enough to clean up for Shat Calico. Shat Calico gets the 2-1. In very close games, all 3 games. Finally, we are back to watching full matches, because while Coop has been eliminated, Baru technically hasn't. Baru may be the lowest placing 2-2, so she may have no shot at topping anyway. We're going to find out. But since it's a 2-2 player, we're going to watch this game. Baru versus Coop. Let's see if the Insects stand a chance against the Clowns. Coop has nothing to play for here, but can still affect Baru's chances. Baru's whole life is in Coop's hands right now, but he's not going to throw. So it's definitely going to be a difficult one. But, I mean, this is a pretty good hand here, all things considered, for Baru. Just some petting action, not a whole lot happening. Yeah, Solemn Judgment on the Feather Duster. Probably the right call. Problem is, whatever. If that's a good clown face down, these 2 attacks into Pettin are gonna start to affect Baru pretty quickly. Not a clown worth flipping if it is one. There goes the Dream Clown. Yep, Soggy able to hold the board for a little bit. Now Baru just needs to draw one of her tribute monsters. She should be able to clean up from here, hypothetically. We'll see. There's the Dread Scythe Harvester. Gonna deal 5,500 damage. Is there really anything left here? I don't think so. I think this game 1 is going to Baru, who I sincerely believed, I don't know why she did that, believed had a good shot at taking this whole thing. But fighting for her life at 2-2, and I would be honest, like, if she gets these next 2 games, depending on how these tie breaks go, they might not go her favor. She got paired down. That's not a good sign. Not every 4-2 is going to make it into this top, so... And a lot of seats have already been clenched. So Brew just needs to... really desperately needs to 2-0 Coop here. Okay. Praying Mantis will start with the token generations here. Verdant Sanctuary into another Mantis, which is going to get Trap Hold. There are a few clowns here that'll, Gorgon Kogath, they'll be useful to keep a defense up. Dream Clown is not one of them. Reborning a Praying Mantis back. Bouncing the Praying Mantis back to her own hand. Not sure if Lair Wire was worth giving up, but... I think Coop may be on the back foot here. I don't know how he gets Bakuri Box in time. And the Dread Scythe Harvester. That's going to be a quick game 2 and a 2-0 for Baru. Let's see if she can keep this up. Let's see if the luck rolls out for her. Baru barely keeping her hopes alive here. We'll see what that means. As we now go to Kalia versus V. We've got two decks ready to play a very long game here each. Kalia and V both like to build up power over time, so who's going to be the one to do that? Return and Reborn Zombies, not great openers here from Kalia. But at least they've got 1600 defense. Oh, Muka's got 24. Definitely going to put Kali in a position TM early. Little deflected here. It's just going to be up to Kali to clear a very large Muka Muka. Invincible Reborn Zombie, I suppose, is a way to do it. I love that the AI goes ahead and sets everything when they have the invincible or the monsters that want 0 cards in hand. It's very funny to me. Yeah, I think that's worth lowering the cards in your hand for sure. Shadow Ghoul, a little bit of an issue, being a 5-star, but... all Kali able to get set up is the Shadow Ghoul in this time. Muka Muka Trap Hold. Alright. Well, she at least cleared a Muka Muka. Banishes a Muka Muka. Then gets... yeah. I guess a big thing here is the little bit of chip, everything requiring multiple shots to take out. But 1800 is a good amount of defense. So is, 1930, but at least it'll have to force the, get some chip and then force the enraged in. The Avatar gonna get in for 12. Decides that's not worth it. Alright. I think it is. Over here for Kalia, that is 67, 81, yep. V not giving Kalia the real opportunity to gain anything here. Still have a game too. Can Kalia turn this around? She's choosing to go first. Maybe she can get some monsters set. Possibly stop V's Muka Mukas from getting so big. At least the reborn zombie's invincible at the moment. Kalia does have the fissure here as well. Pyramid Turtle does change a lot though, so it puts, the ability to get a Shadow Ghoul or a Pumpkin out. The AI who would rather do chip damage than risk a powerful zombie here. The AI also knows it needs to keep Reborn Zombie in attack mode. Well, Swords is... Again, it didn't help Kalia last game, but maybe it'll do something here. Losing the Castle of Dark Illusions was unfortunate. Because there's ways to get Pumpkin at this point. Yeah. I love that the AI is not willing to attack into Pyramid Turtle, but is willing to attack into the other floaters. Kali just saying, screw it. Get rid of the whole thing. Into the Pumpkin. Okay, 1800 attack. Fissure's a good answer. And then, okay. V clearly doesn't have a Muka Muka here. Banishing another Muka Muka, getting out the Pumpkin. Skelengel gonna allow a draw. Okay. I think this may be Kalia's game to win at this point. She managed to slowly work her way through the Muka Mukas and the Enraged, so... Down to 2980. Flipping the Poison Mummy here? No. was a very funny one. Now, 0 cards in hand means it's kind of V's game to be able to figure out here if they can just get something. Feather dusting the fissure. Into the enraged. If V draws Avatar of the Pot, a Muka Muka of some sort, then it is going to be over. There it is. I thought Kali had a real shot for a minute, but that's it. V's gonna get the 2-0. Been seeing a lot of 2-0s this round. Maybe it's just that endurance really coming through. Next up, Lorelei versus Dart. Lorelei versus Dart. Should be a fun little competition here. I don't think we've gotten Lorelei's POV this entire event, so this will be a good change of pace. Oh, it looks like we're getting an early performance of Sword. With the Fissure Bluff face down. Okay. Very early swords here from Dart, telling me he doesn't have a lot going on. Solomon Commencement Dance. Lorelei's just gonna build up her board of 1400s here, and I guess we see what that means on the third performance sword. So Senju's gonna search a Garma sword here. Now Lorelei just needs a spell of some sort to get something on the board. Ritual Raven is going to be the entire Garma sword at least. For the Fissure, Beelzefrog, willing to attack a face-down monster. Said you could get another Garma sword. 5 bricks in hand for Lorelei. Hopefully means she's going to start doing something with them, but I guess after that Solemn, she's super up in life points. Only 1 tadpole, meaning there's either 1 in hand or that's another one on the board. Attack point Beelzefrog. Going to actually be a problem for what Lorelei's stuck with at the moment. Having to wipe the board because Submarine Frog showed up. Lorelei not drawing anything to allow her to just get a spell. Start gonna search here. Death Frog. Well, there are 2 tadpoles in grave, so it's also very dangerous for Lorelei here. Still nothing. You know, Dart gets Pot of Greed. Using the trap hole, so at least hypothetically, if there's a Manju here. It's maybe one of the worst runs of draws I've ever seen. And Death Croaking to pop the back row. Lorelei needs exactly Garma Sword Oath here. Alright, well that is game 1 to Dart. What an incredibly unfortunate run. I was stunned. That was so unfortunate to watch, but it's okay. We've always got games 2 and 3. Lorelei getting to go first this time. Slightly different problem of no ritual monsters, but it's alright. Gonna start trading off floaters here. Alright, well. I guess Lorelei forgot what she could go into there. She has a little... She does have memory problems. Sangan gets in for 1,000. Sangan search in here. Nova Summoner. One of the good things for Lorelei, she does have that Crowned by the World Chalice. Oh wait, Performance of Sword. There we go. The Quints would dance into the Performance of Sword. Sure, it's only 1950, but that's 50 more attack than a Death Frog if it comes up. Well, Froggy Force Field. Dart having his own personal Mirror Force means it might be over for Lorelei here in another quick 2-0. Yep, destroying the Garma Sword Oath. Searching a Submarine Frog. Dropping Lorelei to 1,000 life points. Is this it? Okay, Crowned by the World Chalice at least has 2,100 defense, so she's alive for the moment. And since it's got 0 defense, it's going to be hard to bait it into attack mode to try and destroy something. Another Death Frog. Now if he can get a third one and a Death Croaking, then he's just goated like that. I don't know. So a big problem is the AI wants to put down monsters. So Lorelei has to actually specifically draw draw Performance of Sword. Oh no wait, can add Garma Sword to hand here, or Performance Sword. Either way, adding a Ritual Monster to hand here works. The Garma Sword gives the bonus of still leaving Crowned by the World Chalice on the board. But the TT. Does Dart have 1,000 attack worth of monsters in hand? No, possibly only the Treeborn. Dust Tornado. Still not quite enough. Lorelei very worried putting the Nova Summoner in defense mode. Urgent Ritual Art. That's going to be helpful. Well, never mind. Dart able to keep that back row clear. Okay, there you go. Reborn to get the Garma Sword. Performance of sword. Regardless, 1950, very big. The dark hole. Okay, an empty board once again. At that back row stopping any Treeborn comeback. This isn't technically out of Lorelai's hands, but she needs to draw something. Okay. We're now going to clear out the desk croaking. Manju, I assume, going to search. Oh, a Garma Sword Oath. Okay. Treeborn is back. Destroying the commencement dance. Only 600 life left for Lorelai here. Which going to clean up the Unifrog. At this point, Dart is just one Death Frog away from, well, triggering, yeah, the TT. Witch of the Black Forest going in for a Senju. Okay. At least Senju's going to get on an empty board. Does Ritual Raven work from hand? It does. Meaning, actually, we're also going to get the Garma Sword here. We're looking at a 3950 swing. Not sure how much Dart has left in the tank now. A Treeborn tanks an attack. That's it. Lorelai scrapes through this, and we're going to game 3. That was legitimately surprising there at the end. Dart choosing to go first this time. A lot could pick up here. Manju's going to be able to grab any ritual monster that, oh, this is going to be huge. Harpies first, yep. It gets the Solemn, still pretty good. This is going to be just shy of an OTK after that Solemn. Okay, never mind. That was a trap hole, so it's not going to quite be the full amount, but I assume we see the Garma Sword here. Yep. Two Nova Summoners into the Garma Sword. Had that Manju stuck, Dart would have been at 50 life points. And turn 4, it's over. Dart draws nothing, can't stop the Garma Sword. And that's that. I think that is actually the fastest game of the entire tournament. Eliminating Dart. Okay. Despite the start, Lorelai gets the reverse sweep, stays in. And next, another pair down as Layla takes on Cora. Cora with nothing left to play for. Layla with a lot. I don't think Cora would mind dragging Layla down with her at this point. What's been crazy is in the standings, Cora is actually very, very high. despite being eliminated just because she has done, I think she's gotten a win in almost every single game or match she's played. So she's not been an easy win, she just has only gotten one of them. This could be a huge swing here on Layla's side. Cora down to 2,800. But I think Cora has a lot of monsters that could just outpower this whole board. Yeah. However, I think Jade Knight was the individual wrong attack here. So was playing Dark Hole after the Komori Dragon. Flintlock and has a Flint backup. Something that can't beat 1,500. Alright, well, despite we talking about Cora's being surprisingly strong so far, has gone down in game 1. Layla's Spaceships, I mean, we know they're a pretty good deck. She's still in it, Cora's not. That's something to remember. Cora choosing to go second after her loss. Maybe hoping to overpower whatever it is that that Layla gets on board. Shining Angel pass. Alright, Divine Dragon will get in. I assume we're about to see probably a Harpies into Swords. No. A little Shining Angel deck thinning into the Flintlock. Alright. A very interesting turn, I think, on Layla's side, but she's definitely doing okay so far. And Cora with the return swords. So maybe we'll see some spell traps flinging around, but we're pretty much stuck for the time being. Two 1,500s on Cora's side. Another Cyber Raider. Another Komori Dragon. Do we see the Dark Hole here? We've just seen the Jade Knight. Just gonna see the Jade Knight. Alright. Layla comfortable enough in this board state. Manju going to get the White Dragon Ritual. Gonna see a crash here? No, not gonna see a crash. We're gonna see a Dark Hole here. Nope, we're gonna see the Flint to start moving around. Gonna start attaching to various monsters, this time the Divine Dragon Ragnarok. Alright. Flintlock's gonna be really good at doing its thing, is it's gonna start picking off these monsters that are just a little too small. About to see Heavy Mech support platform into the Flintlock. Oh. Okay, I'm not sure why the second one wouldn't equip as well, but Jade Knight has protection as well. Blue Eyes would have been outstanding here if not for that Dark Hole. Blue Eyes was so good otherwise. Does this protect the Jade Knight? It does. Meaning 2 spaceships in for 22. And we know Core has a ritual monster in hand. Maybe even has a ritual spell, but... Is this game over? No! If she had gotten Blue Eyes, it was game over, but she instead chose to get Flintlock. So Core still has a chance to win this. It's not a great one, but it's a chance. That's what I'm talking about. Into the Paladin of the White Dragon. Well, that hand must be something else if she has to use the on-field Manju. You gonna attack? No, just gonna go into the Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes in your graveyard, right? Yes. Okay, both with some strange plays, ignoring the Blue Eyes in the graveyard. For Layla to get the 2-0 over Korra. With what was a pretty decent match those last couple turns, Layla gets the 2-0. So next we're going to get the previous strongest recruit, Mari, versus the heart and soul of the team, Robin. This has got to be a big one. I mean, either of them topping's going to be good for morale, but we'll have to see who does it. I think it's the first time we're also getting a Mari POV in these rounds. Not a bad opener here. A Harpies, a couple Heart of the Underdog, a Trap Hole, and a Headless Knight. Definitely an okay start here from Mari. Headless Knight, pretty solid stat line. Gonna pop the Blue Winged Crown. Kamakiri to defense, understandable. To a Jar Turtle. The Heart of the Underdog not completely optimal for Mari at this time. Oh, must have a Kamakiri in hand. Due to running a couple of spell traps, a couple of effect monsters, but here's the Skull Redbird. Think about, at least Jar Turtle has 2100 defense. Ideally, the AI waits until that Jar Turtle gets flipped up in case it doesn't. Okay, there we go. Third Archery Girl, and bam, 550 back to the dome. End phase Jar of Greed. And to another draw off the Jaw Turtle, who gets Mari into their pot. And a right leg. Alright, so that's the first brick in hand. Exodia is so funny, because simultaneously, you want to draw them, but you want to draw them in quick succession. You don't really want to draw them. Getting in the 50 chip, I'm not sure that's worth giving up the Headless Knight for, but guess we'll see. Right now it's okay, Egotist. Fortunately, the sisters are a little too small to get over the Jar Turtle. As Mari gets another Exodia piece. Robin really needing the pet dragon pretty quickly, but I guess we'll see. This time placing the giant soldier of stone. Gonna get a little more chip here. Very deliberate game so far. Yeah, just Robin needs to draw that, or another egotist. This should get, I assume we're going to see the 50 chip into run over by the Harpy Lady Sisters here. Yeah. Illusory Magician. Okay. Well, if we finally see the Harpy's Pet Dragon, I assume we see the Torrential. That's a big if. Oh. Okay, well, is that gonna be game over? No, it's not because of the TT. Robin putting up swords just in case. We know Mari can beat down. We've seen them do it before. So despite a big opportunity there for Robin, it ultimately didn't work out. Now a 1600 defense point monster gonna hold off the blue-winged crown. And another 2k defense. Mari not really getting the draw cards they need, but they are continuing to keep up the defense. Mari returning with the swords. I assume this will prompt the Harpy Lady to defense. Yep. Icarus attack. All the monsters are getting destroyed anyway. May as well pop the swords and one of your own monsters. And then of course, Robin smartly not putting an Exodia piece down, but also it still leaves them open for the beatdown. They need the draw quickly, or Robin's gonna run away with this here. Choosing to summon a monster in defense mode. Another 16. Losing Destruction Jammer here. Reborn. Okay, there you go. Harpy Lady Sisters. No, Blue-Winged Crown. It at least clears the pet baby dragon, but the Harpy Lady Sisters was available and would have given a much better board presence. Sarek Sign into 2600 direct. Mari's going to lose game 1 to Robin. A very slow-paced game, as fast as Harpies can be. Robin is also a thinker, running more counter traps than a lot of people. So, him keeping it a long game is not shocking. Just another solid defense here. Mari time to get aggressive, they feel. We saw how the defense did them in game 1. And Robin with nothing to put on board. This will be a whopping 4K. All of a sudden, this is a massive, massive swing here. Okay. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be it for Robin game 2. Illusory Gentleman just cleaning it up. Mari's still got the aggro. So it all comes down to this. Which of these two friends is going to be eliminated? Robin choosing to go first. It does give Mari an extra draw, but I'm not sure how important that is to him at the moment. Just a tea set. Mario opening with 2 Exodia pieces, but importantly, one of them's the effect one. So a potential future Heart of the Underdog won't hit it. However, the bird face in defense mode, very nice. It won't beat the upcoming Illusory Gentleman or Jar Turtle, but it'll still be good. The Magic Drain on the Fissure keeps the Flying Kamakiri alive. Then time to wall up with the turtle. The Illusory Gentleman as well. Headless Knight, another 17. Oh, gonna choose to chip away here. So Flying Kamakiri go in for a Harpy Lady. And 2 Harpy's Pet Baby Dragons at 2,400 attack points each. Unfortunately attacking in the wrong order. Ah, it's a huge dark hole here. Gonna have to return TT the Headless Knight. And just get in with the Blue Winged Crown for 16. Couple of massive haymakers. Mari drawing the 3rd Exodia piece. Are we looking at game? We are. Robin just managing to squeeze it out over Mari. A close, very respectful match here from 2 good friends, which is good to see. In a close one. Oops. Robin takes it over Mari. Meaning the last match of round 5 is Quan versus Nina. Once again, someone on the risk of being eliminated. Quan choosing to go first. Maybe he's getting to go first, I don't know. Just a giant rat, always good. Jurassic World, however. Block Spider, we now have a lock, and Fisher broke the lock. Real quick, everyone, rock, paper, scissors. No, rock, paper, scissors. Hope you pick scissors. Alright, and Block Spider back with a double version of the lock. This is like having 3 marauding captains, but only for insects. Sometimes better than a marauding captain, as it gets a Block Spider from deck. So now it's going to be up to Nina to get through 2 Block Spiders in this scenario. She does have some ways, but it might take the AI a little while to get there. Dark Triceratops may just work on piercing its way through all of the non-insects that come down. That might be a way to do it. Blockman in attack mode, I don't think, was the right call. Quan is young. He's probably sleepy. Oh, Dark Hole? Okay. Potentially not bad. Go no go. Here comes the ball. It gets TT'd. Swords from Nina, meaning probably no monsters. Yep. Well, that might have been the wrong order. Meaning Blockman's gonna start getting in for 1,000. It's gonna get fissured here, but you know, at least Quan can't get the Millennium Golem out. Another 1,600 from Nina. Bear Blocker, a 1,600 attack point monster. So they just stare at each other, giving Quan time to get that Millennium Golem on board. Despite being pushed to 3,000 life points, he's still in this game with her. Forced to Dark Hole the Millennium Golem. Set, which is not a thing you want to see if you are Nina. Yeah, King of the Swamp. Easily her weakest monster. Trap hole on the Gilosaurus. Might see a solemn judgment on whatever monster tries to come out next. Meaning Quan's actually in very good shape here. Giving up 1,500 life points to keep the board clear. Putting the rat to defense mode, I would have actually liked that drain on the clock. Yeah, here's the problem. Is how that extra 1,400 damage may have been big. And not putting the giant rat in attack mode to try and get the bump here. Skull Dice could have allowed for the destruction of the crawling dragon. Okay, well, Millennium Golem does it too. Quan hanging in there with less than 1,000 life points. Dark Triceratops overpowering the Millennium Golem. Down to 500. Does he have anything left this game? Block Golem isn't enough. Dark Triceratops is 900 more attack. That's going to end game 1 with the piercing damage. Still a close one. Quan going second. Yeah, these toys, they seem like a real mishmash, but they do okay. Skull Dice, couple staples, Giant Rat. Dark Holing, which I do hate that they Dark Hole before. It's both non-targeting removal, the fissure, but nothing we can do about it. As Nina takes 3,000 here, couple of set trap cards. What are we getting on the Skull Dice? A 4. 200 more to Nina. And a pass. Go, no go. This is going to just barely keep Nina alive. But with Skull Dice backup, this game feels pretty done and dusted. Anything more than a 1 kills the Yerby here. And that's going to be it. Game 2 going to Quan. Nina with not much to attack with, so that's it. A couple of good dice rolls. Going to game 3. For the last match of round 5. Nina going first. Very interesting for the aggressive deck to choose to go first. Maybe hoping to get to a Dark Triceratops early. The Gilosaurus, not a bad start. And there goes the baby Ceratosaurus. Blind Imitate the Trap Hole. Probably the best option, is sometimes the Skull Dice is gonna not work. Ooh, especially if there's a Jurassic World on the board. Needs a 4 or above on the Skull Dice. And gets it. You get rat into rat. No-Go and Giant Rat for $27.50. And whatever Quan gets out is not going to be bigger than Millennium Golem. King of the Swamp is not bigger than much of anything. Oh, does Nina's championship hopes die to Quan at the end of round 5? In comes the Millennium Golem. Nina still in with 250 life points to Quan's 7,900. Reborning the baby Ceratosaurus. Dark Triceratops is here. There we go, 2,700. There's a potential 2-turn combo here. The AI might see it. If the AI tribute summons the giant rat here for Millennium Golem and runs Go-No-Go into Dark Triceratops, they do clear that Dark Triceratops. No, that is not what's going to happen. I'm gonna put up the swords. Quan does have the life points to play with the idea I had, but it's up to the AI to have, you know, that kind of thought process. I think it would do it if the Millennium Golem here had piercing. Also, can you not be tributed for a tribute summon? Oh, you can, you just didn't. Another Millennium Golem. Do you see the kill? AI sees the kill. That's it. Quan's going to eliminate Nina. A rock killing the dinosaurs. 2-1 over Nina. Can't remember the exact order, but I remember who got it. Meaning next is the final round. So we can see the first match. Tay versus Yukio. Can Tay stay undefeated against Yukio? Or are we going to have no one undefeated and really mixing up the potential bracket here? Be interesting to find out. Here we have Tay, an absolute shaking mess against the world champion for the final round of regionals. Can she carry her undefeated streak into the finals? Getting to go first, getting to put down a Royal Keeper, not bad. However, Yukio getting to emergency call a Stratos. Getting to search up an Avian. Stratos, one of the few 1800 attack point monsters we have in this tournament, makes it very dangerous. And I mean, that timing on that Royal Keeper means it wasn't getting to survive. Popping the needle ceiling. It looks like Tay may have no answer for the double Stratos on board. A third Stratos. Getting rid of the Deslacuta, dealing 3,600. Tay getting absolutely overwhelmed very quickly. And that's it. Game 1's just going to Yukio. A very quick one, as he just overwhelms her with 1,800 attack point monsters, and we head into Game 2. Can Tay save it? Or are we going to have 0 undefeated players to throw off the entire top cut bracket? Tay having Yukio go first, seeing if that changes anything. Okay, we have Solemn Judgment and Needle Sealing here from Tay, so 2 very good options. However, Yukio going to open with Stratos again. This time searching a Stratos. Setting 2 cards face down. Is this Stratos going to be enough? Pops the Solemn. pops the back row. And it looks like we may be getting a repeat of last game. Almost. This time going into the Great Tornado. We'll see if having one big monster changes how the game goes versus the 3 medium-sized monsters. Combo fighter. 28. It might be over next turn for Tay. Okay, Waboku's gonna save the Cobra Man for a single turn at least. Except he had the Solemn? Yukio had trouble with Case, had trouble with Angela, but gets to the top tables and cleaves through undefeated players like butter. And 2-0's Tay. Meaning, there are no undefeated players. Yukio with a 2-0. Don't know if that was nerves or luck, but he was able to take it over her, and I guess that's why he's the champ. Shows up, only loses a match due to a disqualification, and potentially ends in first place. We'll have to see. Next, however, 13 versus Xiaoxing. These two playing for position here. Winning puts you against lower ranked opponents in the top cut. So you really want the best possible situation. Two characters with pretty good bosses here. And Xiaoxing drawing into this 9-tailed fox. However, losing both TT and Dust Shoot. And getting a monster with 52 mini attack points. And then reborning it to his own side. The Swords is about to do a lot of work, I think. And as long as the AI realizes you could just do a regular tribute summon of the 9-tailed fox, Xiaoxing should actually be in amazing shape here. It does, it just has to have no other option. We're going to see 13 on a back foot again, perhaps. No, Beast of Talwar. So we're going to keep the board clear outside of the Beast of Talwar. A 2400 attack point monster is nothing to sneeze at right now. There's really only 2 decks with monsters that are that big for a single tribute. Xiaoxing choosing to sit on her reborn, I think not a bad idea. Unfortunately, the AI attacking in the wrong order, so... Oh, no, never mind. There was always room for 2 tokens. Okay, not getting rid of the tokens is an interesting decision. Okay, a very strange set of plays here by Xiaoxing, but... Still gonna end in some damage here, at least from the nine-tailed fox. Whoa, no nine-tailed fox coming back. A game that felt very firmly like Xiaoxing could hold off. Immediately fell to a game where I think she's no longer got a chance to come into it. The Beast of Talwar just big enough to deal with the situation. Sometimes you don't need a fancy Knight of the Red Lotus, you just need a bigger monster. Which 13 has been very good at having. Again, the Justy break. The AI sees that the nine-tailed fox isn't bigger than the Beast of Talwar, so isn't bothering, despite the fact that it would help her survive longer to basically sponge 3 attacks instead of 2. And I think that's going to be it for game 1. That's 4k damage on the board. If 13 draws anything, well, he didn't. So maybe she can get a TT or a Dark Hole here, but nope. Definitely it for game 1. The Wolf Axe Wielder, Beast of Talwar in. On to game 2. And I don't think she's out of it at all. I think we'll be okay here. Let's see. King of the Swamp could be either of the 2/3 of the... Okay. Dragon Zombie. Not bad. Gonna set the MST to get rid of something that comes out here. Oh, there it is, the 50 more attack on Wolf Axe Wielder. These 1650s, I think, have maybe been the most vital thing for 13's success. Just that little extra push over other non-tribute monsters. He's just had very, very strong ones, as we saw with the Yukio Tei fight. If you can get a good monster out, it could be just hard for decks in this era to deal with it. Speaking of, that's where the nine-tailed fox comes in. Easy to summon, 2200 attack. But, ooh, and taking the nine-tailed fox for himself. And gonna clear the tokens. Yeah, this doesn't look good. Xiaoxing may be losing the final round as well. Okay, we've got TT. If there's a summon here. Okay, there is. Xiaoxing able to get a search and some tokens. Gets the snake hair. Unfortunately, that is going to be Darkhold tokens. And a swords. I actually don't think Darkholding the tokens there was wrong. As silly as it feels like that could be. Or as silly as it feels like it could feel. Goblin Zombie gonna search up another Goblin Zombie. He's gonna set the Pyramid Turtle to get up another Nine-Tailed Fox. Pyramid Turtle into the Nine-Tailed Fox, I assume? Yep, there it is. Lucky for 13, he still has one more turn of swords. Don't love that. Don't love that that's what happened, but hopefully the AI sees that it's not a good plan to keep doing that. And Snake Hair. It was only 1500 attack, but Dragon Zombie may be able to start getting in some pushes here. Not sure why she's summoning in main phase 2, but it's alright. And Trap pulls the Gyojin, getting rid of a 1650. MST's the back row, getting rid of a Rule of the Normal. I believe is what that card is called. Revenge of the Normal. There we go, a little piercing, a couple of Dragon Zombies. Xiaoxing may be taking it to 13 in game 1, or game 2. That's it. Game 2 goes to Xiaoxing, meaning we are going to a game 3 here. Just a very nice cleaned up attack here. Now, who goes in with the higher seed? Xiaoxing, 13. 13 going first. Oh, but Pot of Greed, Gold Mammoth, Great Mammoth of Gold Find, and a TT here. This could be a huge turn depending on what that back row is. There's a Justy break back there. This all goes to hell. There was a TT. Alright, well, we're going to see that gold find back then. Possibly a Decayed Commander for a hand rip. Trap pulls the Decayed Commander. At least the gold find's here to take away a full quarter of 13's health. And now he's got to compete with a 2200 attack point monster. Okay, Fissure will do it. MST gets the trap hole. So the Man-Eating Treasure Chest gets TT'd. But now Xiaoxing down to 0 cards in hand. You know it's always a good card to get you out of these situations? Pyramid Turtle, because even if they overwhelm it, there is a Nine-Tailed Fox sitting in her deck ready to come out. And she's not going to be afraid to do this crash. Take 100 to get a Nine-Tailed Fox. Still have Snake Hair for the extra damage. 13 down to 2200 life. Not any monster gets her out of this particular, but I mean, Nine-Tailed Fox has conditional piercing, if I recall. Oh, it needs to be summoned from the graveyard to have piercing. But 13 doesn't play a monster. Xiaoxing goes off and wins against 13. Alright. Despite a strong start, Xiaoxing takes it. They're both still making top cut. as far as I'm aware. Unless something happens. Unless something crazy happens, 13's still in. So our next match, Panay versus Mikana. Panay undefeated till last round. Mikana only with one loss as well. Both with very off-kilter decks. They're both very good at putting large monsters on the board. Giant Germ Metalmorph. However, Mikana's going to go straight for Embers of the Ashen. And Metalmorphing too early, in my opinion. There goes the hero. Embers dealing another 19. Two very large monsters have to deal with. I would have much rather seen him set that new Doria, but I guess this is still going to give Panay time. You know he really wants to go into this as high seed as possible. Setting to Koichi, pretty good. Mikana with the Pot of Greed. No follow-up though. Okay, Metalmorph. Very good if you can just get monsters. Mystic Tomato, okay. That is a monster for sure. We see him go into the Dark Effigy here. No, it goes into New Doria. Okay, would have really loved Dark Effigy there. Okay, well, would have got Trap Hold, so. Still gonna clear here. And New Doria being 15 isn't nothing. Gonna get Dark Hold. Instant Fusion. Going to the Cherubin. And that's a 2200 attack point monster. Koichi to try and draw a card, find something to deal with this twin-headed fire dragon. Priestess searching hero. But doesn't matter. Priestess gets in for exact lethal. Unfortunately, not seeing going into Dark Effigy to get out the Zoa, even if it would have been Trap Hold. Still Soul Resurrection, so there were ways, but it was a very messy game. Opening that strong is always a pain, and not a good opening hand here for Panay. Metal Zoa, dead card. Red Eyes and Zoa combined mean that's a lot of stuff that's stuck. And there's just no shot that Mikana doesn't draw something else here. Or he doesn't. Meaning we may actually see the Red Eyes hit the board here. But not the Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. As it gets drawn as well. Panay drawing both of his one-ofs. Swords up to keep the burn coming. On Mikana's side. I love the AI trying to go into metals over here, only for it to realize, wait, never mind. So just wasting the metal morph. Trap hole for if Mikina gets anything here. Anything besides Priestess, that's pretty good. There goes Spearhead. Okay. For the Solex to work, both players need a monster. Panay just gonna go ahead and put up the swords just in case. Smart. Okay, Metal Morph for later. And it's just gonna get MST'd. Oh. Seeing the Cherubin here, huh? Alright, paying just to get the... Paying 1,000 to deal 500 burn, basically. Oh, Reborn for the Zoa. Only for it to get widespread ruined. This could be the last turn of swords here. And another Solar Flare Dragon for 500 burn. Unfortunately, Panay just not getting great draws here. $1,700 more to the face. 500 burn. Is this going to be it? We'll have to see with the Pot of Greed here. With the Tomato, may just be able to hang on. Unfortunately, the Soul Exchange getting got here. Which would have been pretty vital to keeping Panay alive, I think. Do we see the Dark Effigy here? No, the new Doria. Trying to save himself the burn. Seeing if this Metal Morph will cause a big trade here. But it's not quite enough. Mikina going to take this 2-0 over Panay. Very, very hard fought games, despite it being a 2-0. And Ashend taking it 2-0. Meaning next up is going to be Renell versus 12. Let's see how the Time Mage can do versus an Assassin. 12 has been doing exceptionally well. Time Seal, MST, a Witch of the Black Forest. Not too bad in all honesty. But if that's a night, if that is a Night Assailant. Nope, Giant Rat. Alright, Gravity Blast would have stopped the Night Assailant anyway. Gonna stop the Swords of Concealing Light with the Mystical Space Typhoon. Comes another Swords of Concealing Light. Into the Nobleman. Alright, well, he did put monsters in defense mode first, which was unfortunate. Gonna go ahead and time seal his next draw. I assume Fissure here. Dark Assailant. Not able to beat a Witch. Going to opt to give them both a fresh hand here in just a moment. Ooh, maybe even flipping it on her own turn. I think very smart here. See if you can get a Time Eater. Alright, helping Robo. Terminal World for next turn. Nobleman's his own Witch. I'm not quite sure why the AI likes to do that with Nobleman sometimes, but it sure does like to do that sometimes. Saving Terminal World for now. Going to Solemn the Dark Hole, or the Trap Hole, I think. Not a terrible idea. Now just going to TT the whole board. The Witch is going to search up a helping Robo. Going to TT. Did you TT twice? No. Oh, you TT'd. I'm filming this pretty early in the morning, so I just forgot. Alright, let's see. Cyber Phoenix is going to be a draw. Cypher Soldier. He still gets overpowered by the tomato. No draw phase here. At least Renell can put the Cypher Soldier in. Well, I was gonna say put it in defense mode. Now that's too bad. Sangan and the swords. Another nobleman. And because Sangan was banished, doesn't get the search. There's the Time Eater. Is this going to be enough to start getting the turn skips going? Instead choosing to Dark Hole. Not saying that maybe the turn skips would have worked out particularly nicely. Because that basically would have skipped 5 turns in that setup. Or at least 4. And with 4 extra draws, you could have got a Gravity Blaster, yep. That's 1200 damage. And I think that means 12's going to take game 1 over Renell. Maybe because she's used to having more time than others to think. She just missed that line. That's okay, she's still got games 2 and 3. Maybe she can turn this around. She'll be going second. See if that affects how she does. I mean, Helping Robo or Cypher Soldier plus Gravity Blast are pretty good. Just the TT. Searches up the Luna. And 32 to the face. Unfortunate. I really would have liked to have seen Cypher Soldier in defense mode there. Well, doesn't matter. Nobleman of Crossout. Down to just 1600. Is Renell going to be the next 2-0? It looks like it. There was a chance that Cypher Soldier in defense mode could have been enough. But ultimately, getting taken out here. Still likely top cut, however. 12. 2-0ing Renell. But I'm getting word that after that game, 12 has started walking away. So we will see what that means. Next up, Tanya versus Case. Rocks versus Warriors. Tanya been a very surprising competitor this event. Not one I expected to get this far, but just has been doing outstanding. And this is before, you know, she's waiting on her new deck to come in. So she has the chance to only get stronger coming up. Yeah, sorry. Just 200 defense short. Going and setting up swords instead of going on the aggro. I may go on the aggro, yep. But not attacking over the Familiar Knight. Instant fusion for Flame Swordsman. I guess just for the fun of it. Sometimes they do that under swords. I'm not really sure why, but here's bad news. Autonomous action unit. Choosing not to run over the floater. Paying another 1,000 for another Flame Swordsman. Reborning the Warrior Lady. Oh, right, that's why the Giant Soldier hadn't been attacking the Marauding Captain. Alright, well. I wonder how long that Guilford had been in hand. 2,000 burn to Tanya there. This may be it. We may see the AI get locked here. This may be it for Case, because if you can only get one monster on board, or no monsters on board. 27. Nope, gonna pop the elephant statue. That golem sentry having 2,000 defense, I mean... Okay. Getting rid of the wasteland at least. Might slow down the damage by a turn. Yeah, it actually added one more turn, I think. I'm going to put case to 100 here. I think that's it. I think Tanya's taking game one. Just sets a monster, but multiple attackers. Elephant statue for 1,500. We're going to game two. Case will still probably be sneaking into top cut, but even if he loses this, but you've got to really want the win, and you got to take it. A very defensive opener here from Tanya. Go ahead and go in with the cannons. Alrighty. And nothing. 4 cards in hand, not playing a single one. Case forced to widespread ruin a Moai Interceptor cannons. Double Golem Sentry. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for Case to come back from that without a board wipe. We may be seeing another 2-0 in the final round. If he, like I said, just doesn't get the board wipe. Digs 2 more cards deep. There it is. There's the Dark Hole. Okay. Marauding Captain, no summon. Ahsoka Pillar for the Premature Burial. Premature Burial getting the Moai Interceptor cannons, which is great because once it goes face down, it forgets it was ever equipped. Fissuring the Ahsoka Pillar for 2,000 burn on Tanya. Another elephant statue. Gonna drop Case to 700. And I think that's it. I think Tanya gets the 2-0. 2-0 Case. Tanya with the 2-0. She's gonna, I think, end up placing very, very high. We'll see where she ends up in this top cut. Next is going to be Damon attempting to eliminate Lacey. Damon here to take a spot away from someone else. Lacey. Damon here to take a spot away from someone else. Lacey Here to show off for her son. Only one of them has even the chance of making top cut. Lacey going first. Leotard in a back row. Oof. Decent handed Balatro, not here. And Darkblade is not an effect monster. Leotard does not get a power-up ability. Lacey forced to set up the early swords. Maybe if she has a Nekogal in hand, she can get a 1900 beater. There it is. Tribute to Louise gets the Nekogal. Oh, well, let's see. Hex Seal. Nope, choosing to go with the Dark Hole over the Hex Sealed. I feel like this was probably the least efficient way to do it, but I guess that's how it goes sometimes. And loses. The Dragon Knight takes 1700. At least she still has a regular Dark Blade for defense effectively. Or doesn't due to the trap hole. He's now completely out of Dark Blades. Now Battle Ox being 1700 is just a lot. And Lacey with a few ways to power up her monsters, so reborning the Dark Blade, the Dragon Knight. Banishing all 3 Dark Blades too. So any ability to recover one and get a Dark Blade Dragon Knight of his own has just been ruined. Choosing to not go for Horned Saurus. Now the Sogan. Nothing for Troop Dragon to float into. Just not bothering to tribute summon for the Kiryu. To another Nekogal. I think this is going to be game 1 for Lacey. Yep, that's it. Either monster gets over this, and either monster is going to beat him. This is going to be game 1 for Lacey here. Let's see if Damon turns this around games 2 and 3. Or if despite everything, he doesn't achieve his goal here of taking away a spot. And we have a full 32-person top. Damon really wants to just get effectively at least a single buy through Worlds. But you really have to get past Lacey to do that. enemies for himself. And apparently there's nothing that can stand up to that might. Using Kyptera and the Pitch Dark Dragon in hand. MST we're going to Dust Tornado the field spell. Sometimes a turn is just trading resources. Let's see here. Getsufuma. Lacey keeping on the Louise beatdown. Reborning Exiled Force to get rid of the Horned Saurus here? Absolutely. Getsufuma, yes, is 1700 attack, but it is something that can be dealt with. Lacey has power-up cards in the deck, so... Go all the Troop Dragons. Reasoning. Selected level 4. Milling a lot, including the last Getsufuma. Not choosing to get in with Beaver Warrior right now. Could be good, could be bad. Did miss out on 1200. Getting in for 29 this turn. Baryushoni. 1000 damage back. Something tells me that's a Horn of the Phantom Beast down there. Tributing Louise for Kiryu. Unfortunately, this may not quite be enough. Are we going to see the Infernal Dragon attack? Yes, we are. That means we're taking Damon and Lacey to game 3. It all comes down to this. One of them will almost assuredly make top cut. The other one almost assuredly will not. Tinky adding Battle Ox to hand. And the Sogan. Meaning that is a 2000. Darkblade, however, also 2000. Nekogal would have been bigger, but that's the trap hole. Everything working out great for Damon here. Getting into a position he wants to be in. 2 Dark Blades with the Sogan deal half of Lacey's life points. Okay, Nekogal's back. 200 more attack than the Dark Blade. Does the AI realize that Pitch Dark Dragon does give an attack boost? Oh. Nope, even bigger than that. Oh, but it pitched the fusion weapon. I think his sort of basically been game over had Damon not pitched the fusion weapon there. Yes, it absolutely would have. That would have been 1,500 more attack. It would have survived the Neko Gal. This might be over for Damon right here. Down to 300 life points. Fusing these two into Hornsaurus. Just to be a defender. Deals 50. But it doesn't matter. Lacey is going to be the savior of the tournament, making sure that 4 people from this regional do in fact make it to the top. Great job, Lacey. It was a close one. But Damon has been eliminated. Lacey's still in. Another elimination game here. Let's see if Alex's fairy tale run ends here. Alex on Robo Yaru. Getting 2 losses here towards the end. They still might make it. This hand could set them up for some decent things. Harpies here. Let's see what Git's got. Yeah, TT MST. Not bad at all. Into the Mystical Elf. Fissuring the Overdrive. Karan for 12. Another fusion weapon. However, the AI may not see that Karan is enough here. Oh, but Mystic Tomato. Yeah, for sure. 1,200 more from Karan. And just dead draws here for Alex. Barely going to hang in after this turn. Overdrive or Oni Tank or even Minefield Driller would help a lot. Okay, Dark Hole. Maybe. Depending on Crim's Straw. They stay in for another turn. Nope, Maiden of the Moonlight. Crim pretty easily taking game 1 over Alex here. Can they turn this back around? Triple Overdrive. Gonna get ready for a Parapsychroid play next turn. But also Emissary of the Afterlife could easily set them up for a Robo Yaru instead. Okay. Oh, I thought they were going to save those overdrives, because usually they don't fuse at times like this. Alright, well. $300 deflected there. Picrew gonna start with the healing while behind the swords. And driving that overdrive directly into a ditch. Gonna start the healing from A little more healing for Picrew. Gonna start some burn for Karan here. Fusion weaponing the Parapsychroid. Now that the swords is down, that Psychroid's a lot to deal with. Crashing the Shining Angel into the Oni tank. And running over the other Oni tank. Just going for 31 to the face. 100 from the Maiden of Moonlight. It's going to be a pretty hefty heal here and an okay burn there. No TT. Okay. This Parapsychroid may end up doing a lot here. Attacking into the tomato, I guess hoping to deal some extra damage. Gonna see another Karan maybe? Yes. I guess Krim is hoping that Alex just ignores his magicians here long enough. But now there's not really much of an option to ignore them. Okay, there we go. It's going to be more heal, more burn. If only he had activated that Waboku a little earlier. Reborning a tomato. Gonna start the trade with the giant rats, I assume. Oh, well. Doesn't matter. Another fusion weapon. 4600 direct from a double fusion weapon to Parapsychroid's gonna take us to game 3. As ready as Krim was to throw hands there, that didn't seem to matter. Game 3. Someone here's final game. Krim will be going second. Emissary of the Afterlife, a great opener here. 1600 attack with the potential to search for one of the Super Robo parts. Robo Yaru. However, 0 searches on Krim's side. Are we gonna blind MST? We are. What are we getting? Trap hole. Giant rat. Unfortunately, with a giant rat in hand, it's highly unlikely. To the minefield driller. Okay, I would have actually well. I would have loved if there was a way to get to the Robo Lady, but I guess we'll see. Oh, this'll work out nicely actually. Robo Yaru, King of the Swamp into the Super Robo Yaru. Yep. With a fusion weapon. Plus a boost when attacking a monster. 2200 damage. Setting the giant rat, minefield driller. Face up ready to go. Maiden of Moonlight trades off for the minefield driller. Ah, TT. Alex with nothing. Krim potentially with something. Picrew Armory Call. getting the Picrew to 2,000. Overdrive not enough. Then we start the life point gain. 2 cards drawn. Picrew taking down a car. This may be it here. Gets to start gaining more life points and chipping away with Mystical Elf. Okay, Dark Hole. We know Krim is prone to bricking, so if Alex can just get something going. They run a lot of 16 and 15 and hell, even 1400 attack point monsters. Krim, are you about to win? Putting Alex to 900. Setting a face down. Robo Lady just here to defend. Pop the Cybernetic Zone. There goes Robo Lady. Is there a trap hole? No. There is a Rush Recklessly. Meaning Krim will take it. Nothing left on Alex's side, and unfortunately, after a hard-fought tournament, Alex will not be continuing. Alex may have been the best Robo Yaru player of all time by almost making top cut. Krim, however, squeaking in. Next, Emery versus Mark. Let's get to it. One of these recruits is going to be eliminated. And they're not going to take it easy on each other. An okay start here. Emery just has such a strange deck. That can often be hard to figure out like where it is that they are that they're going to be. Celtic Guardian running over the Arsenal Summoner. Going to add a Grarl to hand. I expect a Feather Duster here. Paying 4,000 to protect the Invigoration. Which kind of won't matter once this Vanilla comes down, but at least I get it. The return on the Harpies. Now the vanilla is not enough. 39 to the face. Drawing 2 cards. Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards. However, 3 in hand probably means it's 3 monsters. So that Celtic Guard of Noble Arms is probably going to be stuck for a little bit. Down to just 500 is Emery. Can they pull something out here? No, it looks like Mark will be taking game 1. If they just didn't have that Guardian KS in their hand, they could have been in a great spot. Instead, Celtic Guardian takes game 1. Emery, who has been impressing. I just wonder if they've got enough to finish this out. Just a set pass from Mark. Dark holding the giant rat. Getting the obnoxious Celtic Guard. Not much else to do at the moment. Vanilla is going to be enough to hold the line for now. Empties out his hand, and because the first Celtic Guard didn't deal battle damage, he was able to get in 2 swings, draw 5 cards. But with that many cards in hand, I don't know how he can possibly get in another attack with the Noble Arms. Doesn't matter, TT. That Iatos could have changed a lot for Emery here. Marauding Captain, Invigoration. That's it. Mark's gonna 2-0 Emery. Well played games by Mark. The 2-0. Mark promising he's going to do well in the top cut. We'll see if those Celtic Guards can keep it up. As we head into some matches that just exist for other people's tiebreakers, we'll see if Bob will remain the only winless participant, or if Barry can get her second. Bob not really hoping to stand out like that, you know. Not that Bob looks to stand out. Bob's just a normal person, but being the only person not to win would be a little sad. Bob doesn't want to be sad. Bob just wants to be Bob, you know? Okay, well, there's a way that could have worked out. Unfortunately, it didn't. Barry not with an aggressive deck, so Bob may have a real shot here at getting that win. Goblin Thief for a 500 trade. Oof, the AI just realized what it has with the Aitsu there. Oh, well. Doesn't matter. Maybe the AI would have seen Tribute summoning Suitsu for Aitsu and then roll outing the Koitsu, I'm not sure. What's this Harpies hitting? Tremendous Fire. Frontline base. Yeah, the AI doesn't see the need to attribute a 0 for a 0, so Ukazi plus Darkroom of Nightmare, that's 1100 burn. And pass. Another frontline base passing back. Tremendous fire with the Dark Room. That's another 1300 burn. Problem is now the UFO turtle. Can this final push come? That hypothetically gives an entire extra turn thanks to the 500 healing off the Goblin Thief. Attributing 2 monsters for Koitsu. It does have 200 attack. Reinforced with the army for the Achacha Archer. Does the AI see the win here? No. No. And a dark hole. Barry with the Boganian. Not gonna get its burn next turn. Mother Grizzly pushing Barry to 100. There we go. Rapid Fire Magician, 1600 attack. Maybe exactly what she needs to stay alive. Oh, does the AI see the win here? Oh, a little too early. It doesn't matter. Bob equips the Aitsu with the Koitsu. Another Aitsu. 1900 piercing. Bob takes the game. And despite everything, with that impressive win by Bob in the game I showed, he actually did take it 2-1. Meaning, there are no winless players at all in this tournament, which is very funny to see. And I'm going to let you know now, for this next part, I lost several hours of footage, so they will be replays of games instead of the games from before, but I think you'll find them just as interesting. And that means next up is Amerigo versus Corsal. And we're hopping into one of the replays for Amerigo versus Corsal. What ended up being two co-workers playing against each other. Corsal with a very weird bracket, ending up both against his boss and against another one of his coworkers, so ultimately you have to ask, who wants it more? The answer, honestly, is typically going to be Corsal. He actually likes this game after all. Harpy's Feather Duster blowing away the back row. And going straight to the Luster Dragon here for Corsal. But not attacking because of the Waboku. Trap holding the Witch here. And then just choosing to go to defense. I don't love that play, but it's ultimately okay. The Winged Dragon getting in for 14. Really puts Amerigo on the back foot. You have to wonder, does she have what it takes to finish up? Go with the Mother Grizzly, maybe hoping the floaters can work around things. Of course, all with the Pot of Greed. The Winged Dragon. And the Luster Dragon. Ultimately dealing 1,000 damage in total and going into Amoeba. Dust Tornado for the back row clears up the Solemn. Now it's a matter of how much does this Mystic Box do here? Destroys the Luster Dragon, give Amoeba, deal 2,000 damage. And get to set Invader of the Throne with the Waboku backup. Honestly, Amerigo's pretty down, but this is not a bad position for her. Now, outpowering the Winged Dragon is its own issue. That's an issue that can be solved. But not really by switching an Invader of the Throne to attack mode. Not typically, at least. She does have the Waboku for backup. Yep, choosing to use it to protect this Invader of the Throne. However, Corsal with no plays at all. And finally getting an Invader of the Throne swap here for a monster with 50 more attack. And going in for 2350 puts Corsal on the back foot heavily. Just a set. Does Corsal have any way here to fight back? $2,400 to the face does ultimately put Corsal at 900. Dummy Golem, I guess, to maybe bait an attack here. And that's it. Corsal has no monsters, meaning Amerigo's going to take the game with his own Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress. Very close match, which leads us into Aiden versus Samir, Ojamas versus Millennium. Aiden versus Samir. Two pretty low power decks, all in all. But two competitors who are at least giving it what they've got, you know? Very specific hand here for Aiden. Just setting the Prevent Rat and passing. Samir with just 2 back row. But unfortunately, without no Jama, Aiden cannot get aggressive here. So perhaps Samir will have a chance to make some sort of aggressive move here. Dark Hole to clear. Reborn to get the Sleeping Lion. And then a Pharaoh's Treasure to shuffle into the deck face up. I think I would always prefer Prevent Rat, but I guess the goal was to get in for a little bit of damage. Choosing to Dark Hole back to clear out his own Sleeping Lion. And just King the Swamp in defense mode. And unfortunately, because Aiden is not a very offensive deck, he cannot really push for damage in situations where just about anyone else would be able to. I say that, and then he immediately flips the King of the Swamp to attack mode. I know these are replays, but behind the scenes, it's been over a week since I've seen these, so these are still fresh to me. Now Aiden with not much to do other than, I assume, Set of Swords pass. Samir, unfortunately, not able to pressure even after all of this, setting his own sword. So we're just about to see turn after turn of just letting it go. Setting a monster on Samir's side. No Ojamas on Aiden's side. But unfortunately, also being down King of the Swamp means not a lot, even if Aiden got an Ojama here. Pretty sure to get the holding legs, setting a Prevent Rat. I mean, it's great and all, but it's not really winning the game. Samir also just setting and passing. And still no Ojamas. Of which there are 9. Any Ojama really gets things started here. But Oja Magic loves to be discarded, but there's no Ojamas in the grave, so Ojama Country can't. Locking down the face down. 600 deflected. And clearing it out with Fissure, which really means it's time for Aiden to get something going on here. Fissuring the tomato, and I assume setting the Sleeping Lion, yep. We're on turn 24, and not a lot has happened, unfortunately. We do see the Pharaoh's Treasure face up on Samir's side, so perhaps a way to make things happen here. Discarding Oja Magic to get back the Ojama Green. Oja Magic searching up green, yellow, and black. Here we go. Finally, some action happening. Going into the king. Locking off 3 zones and getting in for 4k. No, only getting in for 1k thanks to the widespread ruin. Add any card back, choosing to get the Dark Hole. I think I would have loved to go for Monster Reborn here on Samir's side. To get the Ojama King back, who I believe can still be summoned. Yep. Oh, you need to control Ojama. Okay, so it's not perfect. And the Dark Coffin, getting rid of the back row. 1,000 from Ojama Green. This can also summon Ojama King, which Aiden has not done for some reason. I mean, I guess you got Ojama Green. That's peak male performance. Getting in for 1,000. Deciding that the Poly and the Trap Hole are more important than getting a second Ojama on board. I kinda get it. Here we go, getting to discard the Oja Magic to summon back the yellow. To get a green, yellow, and black to hand. Are we about to see another king? We are. However, I think the AI will actually be smart and attack with the king first here. Yeah, so no kill this turn, but I think it was very smart to attack with Ojama King first. Yellow and green just dealing little chip shots here. I think this might finally be Aiden's. Any card in hand gets another Ojama on board. Or the Reborn gets the Prevent Rat. Also fantastic. And you're not afraid to attack with a 2k Prevent Rat. And the Ojama King goes in for 3,000 and Aiden takes the game. And what ended up being a very long match was Aiden over Samir. 2-1. Which means next up, Mary versus Wallace. Mary doing her best to get as many wins as she can. Whereas Wallace just kind of fighting to show that he's better than he was expected to be. For Mary, not with a good opening hand here. And then there's the often unseen Goblin Attack Force. However, I think that TT is going to take care of a lot here. No, Goblin Pothole Squad stops traps on summon. Yes. Could not TT in response to the normal summon of Goblin Pothole Squad, meaning got in, clears the Goblin Attack Force, still leaves the Pothole Squad up. And yeah, the good TT for Mary here. Now what she really, really needs, really badly, is a first sarcophagus. Which unfortunately, that is a second sarcophagus. Wallace in with the Recon Squad. Getting rid of the second sarcophagus. Meaning there's one left in deck, and that's the only one that can activate, drawing the third 1,000 energy. Goblin Black Ops. And this might be lights for Mary here if she doesn't get, yep, just a Wasteland. Set the 1,000 energy, hope to bluff. And that's it. With the Robin Goblin on top. Getting 2 discards here at the end. Just a little salt in the wound. Getting rid of the sarcophagus, and that's going to be it. As Wallace takes it pretty easily. And Wallace ended up taking it 2-0 over Mary in another pretty succinct game after that one. So the next game, June versus Ada. And here we go, June versus Princess Ada. Very interesting match on paper. 2 decks that play on different axes. June very aggressive, Ada very slow. Not a great opener here for June. No real way to get aggressive and losing her entire back row. Ada into the Harpies into the Pot of Greed, but not attacking with the big insect. However, June with no way to get on any offense, and unfortunately didn't instant fusion into the Millennium Shield to get the Feast of the Wild level 5 into the graveyard, which would have been pretty good. And Ada with the MST for the Dust Tornado. There is the Insect Princess. 1100 deflected. June's Millennium Shield. A decent wall here. Lair Wire to remove the Millennium Shield and the Dust Tornado to remove the Blast with Chain. Leaves her with nothing on board. She does have the Feast of the Wild level 5 here. At least to get the Millennium Shield back. But this is a ton of damage. 4,600. Dropping June to 34. She really, really needs some battle guards. Millennium Shield's back. Warrior Lady of the Wasteland. Flying Kamakiri's gonna clear that. Here she goes into another one, takes 800. Goes into another one. Big Insect choosing to go to defense here, which I think is a decent play from Ada. Stops something potentially big from coming out. Ada doesn't know that June kind of doesn't have it. Still no real battle guards. Giant Flea. Gets rid of the Throwstone unit here from Insect Princess. Now it's just Millennium Shield versus the world, and Ada does run plenty of removal. And the Throwstone unit on the defense. 500 deflected. And here, June has a solid wall. Again, she just needs to get these battle guards. And instead, she sacrifices her Millennium Shield. So her Throwstone unit gets layer wired, leaving her wide open. And that misplay will cost her the game. June goes out in this game. And unfortunately for June, Ada actually took that 2-0. Ada against some of these lower ranking opponents does well. Next, an interesting one, Cora versus Coop. Cora in her final round hoping to, I guess, embarrass Coop on his stream. Which, it's not very cash money of her, I think. Coop doing not amazing himself. But, you know, if he can just put on a good final round, right? Cora just setting her Dragon Dwelling in the cave and passing. Very slow start, often good for Coop here. Fortunately, just a Mystic Clown. And the Stumbling. Well, Stamping Destruction. What's it going to get rid of here? The Stumbling. Sacrificing both of her dragons here to go into Blue Eyes. And getting rid of the Mystic Clown, dealing 1500. Very smart to actually pop the Stumbling. The AI often doesn't see that. And if that Kamori Dragon had gone out instead of the Divine Dragon Ragnarok, would have had a King Dragoon here. Unfortunately, cannot move around that Dream Clown. Feather Duster to get the back row. Goes the Crass Clown, 3k from the Blue Eyes. Coop needs a miracle here to survive this turn. And unless that's a Waboku, he may not have it. Manju getting the White Dragon Ritual here. Sagi dealing 100 deflected. And 27's going to be enough. With only 100 deflected damage, Cora beats Coop here. And Cora didn't stop after the first game. She went on to crush Coop again in game 2. Which means we move on to Kalia versus North. Kalia, POV. I feel like we've gotten a lot this tournament. It's been very interesting to watch such a lockdown player try her best. Ultimately, we know she hasn't made top cut, but this game still matters. Here against North. Just setting the return zombie and passing. Pot of Greed from North, always a good start. Violent Rain, normally not too bad, only 1550. And losing the Waboku. Choosing to go aggressive with the Pyramid Turtle. To get into the Pumpkin. Attack for a good amount of damage here. And Book of Lifing back the Pyramid Turtle, banishing the Violent Rain. Not a good look for North currently. Missed Archfiend. However, not giving the best attack in my opinion. Really should have got rid of the Pump King there. And here we go. 5,000 damage? No, 4,000. And the Teuton Mask. Does North have anything? Mother Grizzly. Okay, it's gonna hit the Reborn Zombie here. And the Book of Life. Yeah, this might be curtains here. Nope. Pyramid Turtle into another Pump King. Alright, looks like North has a little bit left. Not a lot. 900 life points. He may be able to make a comeback. I don't see it happening easily, but... Ooh, the Poison Mummy in attack mode. Maybe exactly the bait. Yep. Puts the Violent Rain into attack mode. Mother Grizzly to defense. No back row. I think means this is here the end for North. No. Not quite. 650. Weather. So I've been wrong so far. And then just Hurricane in attack mode, I guess, to be the bait to protect Weather here. That's gonna do it. Pump King over Hurricane. Very rare to see them concede like that, but I guess it happens sometimes. And Kalia went on to win that, probably not surprisingly, in 2-0 fashion. Next up, Fira versus Mari. And caught back up to the live play. Fira versus Mari. Fira with just a terrible hand here. But Mari not doing great themselves. Getting the Gaia Soul here. She loves to bonfire for that Gaia Soul. 300 damage to run over the Headless Knight. Gonna take the Headless Knight for herself. Unfortunately, shotgunning that Monster Reborn, you actually kind of want to save it for Gaia Soul in this situation, I think. Maybe. It's a little sticky to figure out. Fire Sorcerer gonna need to do some work here. Diane Keto, what you like about this is it gives you 1,000 life and gets out of your hand. Now, as long as Mari doesn't get a 1,500 attack point monster here, we're going to see the Ultimate Obedient Fiend next turn. Swords is tough. Swords is very tough here. It's going to give Mari a lot of time. And now that Swords is going to make her misplay. Because instead of just dealing 1,000 with the Fire Trooper, which would have definitely been optimal here. Now 2 Ultimate Obedient Fiends means even if she gets one on board, it's not going to do anything. And now the UFO Turtle. Well, I guess would have been TT'd either way, but now, you know, if you're Fira, what do you do here? Mari might have 2 Exodia pieces in hand. Gaia Soul getting Trap Hold. But not drawing into normal monsters on the draw phase. Red Archery Girl getting in for 14. Maybe needing to fall back on the normal monster beatdown plan here. Tribute to the Doomed, getting an Ultimate Obedient Fiend out of hand, which is really good if Fira can just get a Flame Ruler on board. 1,300 from the Giant Soldier of Stone. Okay, Upstart cycles a card into another Ultimate Obedient Fiend. And just going straight through, main phase 2 sets a card. Okay. Solar Flare. Gonna be able to run over the Giant Soldier's Stone here. And deal that little chip of burn damage here on the end phase. So Fira keeping it close. Mari, what can they do to keep up the pressure? Still fail the Heart of the Underdog draw, but able to get in with the Illusory Gentleman. So it's a very strange game. Solar Flare, gonna get in the 500 burn. Fira just needs something to last on this board. Unfortunately, Dark Hole. And so it's definitely 2 Exodia pieces in hand. Gaia Soul gonna come in for the 2k damage, and then explodes. Jargreed here for Mari. Only a 550 life point difference. We have the first Heart of the Underdog proc in a while. Left leg, Yoranzo. Headless Knight. Headless Knight, okay. A lot of draw, but only one of them an Exodia piece. Maybe fine. Mari may not even need Exodia. They've got lethal in hand. Alright, well. I guess Fira gets another turn here. Headless Knight. Gonna drop Fira to 600 life points. She needs a Flame Ruler badly. Hallowed Life Barrier, if the AI... Nope, that's it. Mari going to take the game. Oh, hold on. Let's see how these Heart of the Underdogs go off. 2 draws off of that left leg. And that's it. Headless Knight taking the game. And Mari gets the 2-0 over Fira. All of these games still affecting tiebreakers, so this is all big. Next up, we're going to catch one game of Nina versus Dart. Nina the aggressor, but going first. Not an awful opening hand here. If that Baby Ceratosaurus gets popped, she's in great shape. Unfortunately, we'll get run over by battle, which is not the same thing. But a twin-headed King Rex is always nice, especially when you've got there with the Froggy Force Field. Huge, huge. Getting rid of effectively a frog-themed Mirror Force. Not choosing to fissure the Mother Grizzly here. I would have loved to have seen the fissure there. I think that was a much better play. Into the Death Frog and Swords. Well, we know Nina's got the fissure here, so maybe she'll play it. I'm not sure, because we know what Swords does. Doesn't like to Tribute Summon, but they will Fusion Summon here into the Brachioradius. Fun fact, this extra deck does have the other twin-headed fusion in it, but, I mean, she would have to go through 3 Brachioradiuses first. But Cybersaurus is there, so I think that's fun. The TT clearing the Brachioradius and the Uraby, meaning Dart gets in for 12. Nina very much on the back foot here. Ooh, just not a good Harpies here. Jurassic World getting popped. The Swords was about to go away, and she's got no board presence. Dart about to stay on the aggressive, I assume. Yep, here comes the Treeborn Frog. Another Beelzefrog, Frog, 24 to the dome. Is there much left for Nina to do here? Alright, well, Fossil Dig. Gets Crawling Dragon. 1600 attack. Definitely a way to fight back. Especially with no tadpoles in the grave here for Dart. Except, there's the Death's Frog. Knocking Nina down to 29. 0 cards in hand. Swords is a way to put up the defense. Can she get there before these 3 turns are up, or is Dart just going to run away with it? Here returns the Treeborn. Dark Hole's a good way. I mean, obviously the Treeborn's coming back, but you don't care that much if you're Nina. 100 defense is whatever. Jurassic World, not enough. You need something else on the straw. Alright, Nina, your last turn to do something here. Alright, Mad Sword Beast. With the Jurassic World, that's going to be some good piercing. So that means Dart really is going to need either a removal spell or the last Death Frog. Yeah, there's a removal spell. Submarine Frog and Beelzefrog getting in for 24, leaving Nina at 500. She's still got plenty of power to overpower these Beelzefrogs. Pot of Greed might get her to something she needs. Except it doesn't. Fisher clears the Treeborn Frog, which is just going to come right back. And Dart's going to take the game. With the Submarine Frog, that's going to be it. And Dart was able to get it. 2-1 over Nina. Our next peek will be into Kagami versus Belladonna. Kagami, upon meeting Belladonna, their whole demeanor seems to have shifted. It's very, very odd. I mean, their demeanor shifts as they meet everyone, but there's something about Belladonna that's putting everyone around the two on just uneasy. Kagami always mirroring the other person. Something about mirroring Belladonna is very, very strange. Belladonna going into the humanoid worm drake would not be bad if not for the fissure in hand from Kagami. And a backup mirror force. Feather Duster. Getting rid of the Umi and the Metal Reflect Slime. I will say this is a very consequential matchup for tiebreakers. These two took out some real heavy hitters, so it could really affect a lot. Manju adding another Beastly Mirror Ritual to hand really could have gone for the Fiend's Mirror there, just to start looking to get it. Belladonna with the swords. Shadow Imprisoning Mirror, unfortunately not a great one here. Fusion Deployment, going to get a Worm Drake. However, that activates the Mirror of Oaths. Getting the Fiend's Mirror to hand. That is a card that when your opponent special summons, searches what, any monster? Oh no, draws a card. And the Mirror Force, clearing Belladonna's whole board. Kagami in very good control of this game. And with 6 stars, able to get the Fiend's Mirror. Belladonna, anything to retaliate with. Currently 0 cards to play. So it's going to be 34 to the dome. This might, depending on the draw, this might be it. Nope. 3,400 more. This is going to give Belladonna one more turn to do something about this board. Unfortunately, these imprisoning mirrors here aren't going to do anything, but it doesn't matter. Not even a TT. Fiend's Mirror is going to take it for Kagami. And after that crazy game, Kagami went on to lose the next 2, giving the set to Belladonna. The final games we will be condensing is Skylar versus Shat Calico. Skylar, only son, versus Shat Calico, a man on edge. Let's see who wins it. Skylar, not a great start for the Beast deck here, but Trap Hole and MST, not terrible. And the Skull Redbird's gonna get Trap Holed. What's gonna get MST'd here? Ooh, the Ninjutsu Art of Transformation. Would have been a great way to get to the big koala. Berfomet's to search up Gazelle is going to get TT'd. But at least Skylar still has his Gazelle, so he has a follow-up play for the next turn. Gonna set the swords here. What does Shat Calico have here? Just a set pass. Gonna go ahead and take out the Ibisu with a Fissure and reinforcements. Honestly, all in all, Skylar did not do that bad for a kid on a budget. Losing the Gazelle here to the Fissure. Gonna Dark Hole the face down, which is going to be Crimson Ninja. Would have actually gotten rid of the reinforcements, probably. Just another set. Not much to do with the forest here. Go-Go, Fuma Shuriken, Ibisu. Getting in for a whopping 3,400 combined. Skylar doesn't get something here. Yep. That means a Shat Calico gets pretty much any monster. He's got a few small ones. There we go. Lady Ninja Eye. That is going to be it on turn 12. Shat Calico defeating Skylar. Definitely well fought on Skylar's side, just some bad draws. And Skylar did fight back game 2, but was not able to seal it in game 3. Meaning our next match, we will see the full thing. Angela has been eliminated, but Robin has not. Meaning, this is a do or die game for Robin. We'll see what Angela lets happen here. Let's get into it. Angela versus Robin. Angela going second may not be a bad thing for her. Robin's kind of fine going either way. Have to see what he chooses to do here. Setting 3. That Shining Abyss plus Cestus of Dalga, though, is going to be a big one. Icarus attack. Very, very nice here. And the MST to pop that back row Fairy Wind. Okay. Robin may immediately have a real shot here. Skull Redbird for 1550. Now it's not going to run over Spirit of the Harp, which means that Dark Witch is about to be a problem. But that's multiple turns away. Or Shining Abyss is a problem now. Never mind, no it isn't. Pushes that Dark Witch problem even further down the road for Robin. Skull Redbird Flying Kamakiri taking Angela down to 3,500. Wants to, instead of setting the Spirit of the Harp, do a floater trade. And gonna keep trading them off. Does Angela feel like she has the better ending point here? Trading again. Let's see what they can both end on here. I believe actually Robin's gonna have the better decision to go into. Nope, Harpy Lady versus Light Effigy. Okay, well, was able to clear those up, but still gets overrun by 50 and the Harpy Lady for 13. Angela able to deal 200, but if she doesn't set that Spirit of the Harp here, she's absolutely doomed. Okay, there she goes, and she's gonna have Dark Witch Cestus of Dalga next turn. Elegant Egotist getting out the Harpy Lady Sisters. We're gonna be just shy of taking out the Spirit of the Harp. Dark Witch Cestus of Dalga. Except Icarus attack again. Meaning Robin is going to take game 1 unless he summons here. Hold on. I say that, but that is a TT. Okay. Never mind. TT. Anybody's game. Angela hanging in there, but gonna get the Light Effigy on board for 1500. Now Robin's got a few monsters that overpower it, but he needs to draw into it immediately. Instead draws into nothing. Tell us the little angel dealing an extra 500 here. Angela very comfortable, no swords. Another Light Effigy. Going to bring Robin down to 350 life points. This whole game is turned around because of that TT. And Harpy's pet baby dragon is not going to be enough. That's it. Despite me thinking Robin had won the first game, it will actually be Angela. Meaning Robin's not going to have to win the next 2 in a row, or he is eliminated from the event. Can he do it? Angela is no pushover. One of the only contenders to take Yukio to game 3. Robin's going to need to do a lot here. And unfortunately, Shining Angel Cestus of Dalga is a good setup. Especially if she doubles up on it. It's potentially a lot of life point gain. It's a big monster. Okay. Feather Duster. And the bird face. I think wise to go into Spirit of the Harp here. No need to do anything crazy when you can just Dark Witch. Dark Witch gonna over Birdface by 200. That will allow a Harpy Lady search. Harpy Lady, Elegant Egotist. Unfortunately, we know Angela has an answer in hand. Otherwise, this would be a great turn for Robin here. No, the AI just sees, whatever, I can beat the Harpy Lady. Okay, well, not choosing to Dark Hole first is just something the AI does sometimes. Sometimes you gotta take the worst of all worlds. Birdface for 1600. Here's the question, is Angela gonna go Shining Abyss in attack or defense? Choosing to put the wall in attack. However, Robin may be willing to crash here to get that Harpy Lady in hand. No, Faith Bird in attack. Interesting. Not Faith Bird, Tornado Bird. I'm gonna run into the face down Shining Abyss here. And in comes the Wing Weaver. And Trap Hole there to save the day. Robin may have this game too. Obviously, I saw last game. Being certain isn't going to do me any good, but Angela is going to go down to 200 life points. With only a light effigy in hand. Forgiving Maiden's going to be enough defense. Well, the Forgiving Maiden was going to be enough, but Robin will be taking game 2, and we are moving on to game 3. $50 from Skull Red Bird, 1600 from Birdface. Game 3 it is. Obviously, Forgiving Maiden was not a guarantee to win the game there by any means, but it was definitely a shot to stay in it that Angela just chose not to take. I guess confident in her game 3 abilities. Both Forgiving Maiden and Shining Abyss. Robin with only 2 back row. Clearly not a good opening hand if he has 4 cards and doesn't play them. Sets 2 more. Yeah, choosing to go in with Light Effigy and the Shining Abyss. Robin down to 3,300 with 0 defenses at all. We're looking at a Wing Weaver next turn. Maybe if that's a bird face, there's some way to stay in, but... Okay, Magic Drain. Willing to discard the block attack to negate the Magic Drain. Go to the Wing Weaver. And that's it. Robin with absolutely no way, and Angela with the turn 7 perfect victory. Robin unfortunately could not keep it together. Angela, ever the Heartbreaker, unable to keep out Damon herself, but able to eliminate our friend Robin. Once again doing what she does best and playing spoiler in mysterious ways. Meaning next, we are going to move on to Lola versus Quan. Both fighting to stay in. Thunder Dragons versus Blocks. And Lola getting to go first. Honestly, her deck is capable of so many things on either way. Rider, Electric Lizard, Mountain, Judgment of Thunder. I would love to see the Electric Lizard play here, but Rider does it too. 1400 defense, not too bad against a deck like Quan's especially. Now Bear Blocker unable to attack. Get rid of the Thunder Dragon for 2 more Thunder Dragons, and what would not shock me to see is Lola to actually go aggressive here. Yep, there we go. Thunder Dragon actually 1800 attack on the mountain, so able to deal the first damage, establish a board. Millennium Golem, however, 2k. That Toy Knight able to summon itself. Now it's going to be very hard for Lola to fight back, as 2 of her Thunder Dragons are in the graveyard. So it's going to be very hard to get that twin-headed. Electric Lizard going to stun the Giant Rat, but Millennium Golem in for 2k. Is this child going to be able to sneak in here after Lola has been so dominant for the beginning part of this tournament? Giant Rat going into Giant Rat, setting an Electric Lizard. At the very least, it's only going to be 100 damage here from the Millennium Golem. Once again, a stun over the Giant Rat. Skull Dice. Oh, there we go. Thunder Yan Yan. 2100 attack. Though Thunder Yan Yan has a downside for most decks, for Lola it does not. We get 2 block tokens here. I'm going to set a face down. Quite possibly another Millennium Golem here. But right now, Lola's main concern is going to be clearing up these block tokens. That does cause Millennium Golem to flip up. Quan falling for the bait. So even better. Lola's going to be able to run over the Millennium Golem, deal 100 damage. And sit pretty with a Thunder Dragon and swords in case things go south. Diana with 1900 attack to start a little healing here. Giant Rat gonna go into Block Spider. Block Spider now sets up an insect attacking lock. Now a brand new issue for Lola to have to deal with. Being unable to attack the Block Spiders. Gonna gain 1000 life points. At least she can attack the non-rock monster, or the non-insect monsters, but I mean, this is effectively a Marauding Captain lock. Gonna deal 100 back. Be trading 100 for 100 here. Now I guess just the big issue Lola's gonna have are these Block Spiders. Well, at least now she's only gonna deal with one. Oh, Makio would be fantastic here. Well, not going to Makio. I'm not crazy. Makio would be amazing here, right? Yeah. Wanted to attempt to run things over. Gonna just going back to dealing 100 with the Thunder Yan Yan at a time. Does Quan, now without these Millennium Golems, have any real way to win? That's the question at this point. Again, I think if the AIC is running a monster over, they'll take that over. all at the same time, while Quan is just running monsters into attack mode. Oh, Skull Dice. Only down by 100, it was worth the gamble. Did need the 5 or the 6 there. Alright, just going with swords. Gonna give Quan a few more turns. See if that deals with anything. Solemning the Thunder Nyan Nyan. Actually not a bad idea. Unfortunately, the AI just not seeing the point of using Makiyu. Will TT here. But that does leave Lola defenseless at the moment. However, Quan running out of cards in deck. Hitting that back row trap hole. King of the Swamp pretty useless at this point. It definitely needs to stay face down. Because that Thunder Nyan Nyan does get popped if that King of the Swamp flips to attack mode, as it is a non-light monster. The AI seems to know this. Gonna drop Quan to 600. Looks like that's probably it for this young boy's game 1. But he managed to fight Lola back for a while, so we'll see if maybe he can pull it back in games 2 and 3. Lola's exhausted. Lola is, however, continuing to fight because she still at least has the basic respect to go for it. And you know Quan would just love to be, you know, this young contender to make it in. Ooh, we're gonna see a heart piece here? We are. Kinda, well, that's the wrong one to use the castle walls on, but Thunder Nyan Nyan gonna deal 1700 here. Got Rai Rider, Plasma Ball, King of the Swamp, Makiyu. A decent little hand here. Getting rid of the Blockman, I assume we're setting... Nope, normal summoning Rai Rider. Okay. Losing the Trap Hole. So if Millennium Golem comes down, Lola is in trouble. We've seen it is enough to deal with her deck in a lot of situations. She really has to fight it. Directly from the Plasma Ball. Rai Rider does not beat the Block Golem. Does stun it, however. And Swords of Revealing Light. It's gonna set the King of the Swamp. Alright, Bear Blocker, while it will run over Rai Rider, it will not be able to attack again. Just setting up the defense here on Quan's side. Another Bear Blocker. Getting rid of the King of the Swamp. Which does get rid of the Thunder Nyan Nyan, as it was face up for just a moment as it was being attacked. Darkhold to clear everything out. Judgment of Thunder for later. This really gives Quan an opportunity here. However, he does not have anything to play. And the third Makiyu just eating space in Lola's hand. Mountain, not a good draw. Quan, do you have anything to start getting on the offensive? No, just a set monster. Potentially just something like a Block Spider. Okay, there we go. Diana. Immortal of Thunder. Yep, Immortal Thunder. Judgment of Thunder. Diana getting in for 19. Dropping Quan to 2,600. And if he doesn't get rid of Diana here, which he's able to do with the Millennium Golem, back in a situation where it's kind of Thunder Nyan Nyan or bust. As of right now, it is bust. Electric Lizard at least going to get a stun turn. Another mountain. No good. But another Millennium Golem. Gonna put Quan up in a big way. Rider gonna be a permanent stun on one of these Millennium Golems at the very least. Alright, the first one going to get stunned. Lola down to 36. Alright, well, she has exactly one draw that gets her out of this next turn. Being taken down to 600. Does she draw the Thunder Dragon here? She's got 3 in her deck. Pot of Greed, 2 more attempts. Reborn, however, gets her the Thunder Nyan Nyan. And that's it. We are going to game 3. Because there's no way of attacking here that doesn't... Never mind, we are not going to game 3 quite yet. Quan was a little overzealous with the block tokens. And we know with TT, this might be... There it is. Go no go means TT, meaning Lola is still hanging in. Diana in for 19, actually dropping Quan down to 700. They are both directly on the edge here. Dark Hole. Does he have 500 attack worth of monsters? He does not. King of the Swamp. Defense mode. Gonna stop a single attack here. However, same could be said for Quan. Thunder Nyan Nyan running over the giant rat. Gonna keep up a defense. Setting the Millennium Golem. Okay. Another Poly. Lola wisely not attacking into the face down. But thanks to that King of the Swamp being a water monster, it did pop the Thunder Nyan Nyan again. Now the swords. Exactly what is needed to keep Lola in the game. Still got 2 more turns. Draws the 3rd Poly. Reborn getting back the Toy Knight. Just walling up. There's the Thunder Dragon. With only 9 cards left in deck, we are going to see Twin-Headed. Going to 3,000 attack with the Mountain. Does she do it? Skull Dice. Quan still in 300. Meaning he may be able to deck her. It's going to be hard. Or he fissures. And yeah, okay. Block Golem is going to be enough. And we are going to game 3. A very close one that was just a series of unfortunate draws for Lola. Are we going to see the Quiet Dunder Sister? Or are we going to see Quan able to ride his way up the lower side of the bracket? Rider, Diana, Mountain. This is a very strong opener here for Lola. Not seeing a lot of Thunder Dragon opportunities so far. And down by 50, stuns the Giant Rat. TT and Trap Hole. Gonna choose to Trap Hole the Giant Rat. Quan saying it doesn't matter, I'm getting this rat out. And then setting up with swords. Okay. Lola going to return with her own swords here. But the Feather Duster, alright. It's going to be a stun for the Giant Rat, but it's not a huge deal here. Are we going to see the Diana? We're just going to see the Thunder Nyan Nyan. Gonna get 2 block tokens from the block man. Would love for Lola to be gaining life points here with Diana. But we know what swords does to you. Oh, Skull Dice to try and, you know, to allow the running over of the Rider. But now, both Giant Rats completely unable to attack. Diana and Plasma Ball. Going for one more Skull Dice. Only getting a 1. So Nyan Nyan's still in. Diana, gonna deal 200. What's the summon gonna be off this one? Go, no go. I definitely would have attacked with the Plasma Ball there to get it off the board. Then we start the healing from Diana. Reborn the Plasma Ball. Not a great turn here overall. The Thunder Nyan Nyan going to defense. Easily means that Giant Rat comes to attack mode and takes care of it, so... I mean... Or just the Block Golem, either way. But at least the Diana healing is continuing. Lola has a real shot at just running away almost exclusively off of that. Plasma Ball going ahead, sacrificing itself after 900 damage. Rider to defense mode. And now the Millennium Golem's here. This puts Lola back in the same spot she's been in every time that Millennium Golem hits the board. You know, what do you do at this point? And I certainly hope it's not Tribute Summon for Thunder Dragon. Okay. The Millennium Golem, however, is going to run over the Rider and open up for a lot of damage. Only 1,000, because that Giant Rat is affected by the first Dry Rider, so means we're going to see the twin-headed here. Where's it going to choose to attack first? Over the Millennium Golem. I think that is the right call. Block man just going into 2 more block tokens. Now begins the arduous process of getting through all of these tokens. Castle walls to... Yeah, I mean, you may as well activate it. Bump the giant rat to 1950. Assume start running over the tokens here, yep. Not a reason to attack the giant rat, at least not right now. And there's the dark hole. However, Lola is up by a lot if she can just get something on board, like Diana. That's 1900 attack, and if Quan doesn't deal with it, another 1000 heal. I know why the AI puts the block man in attack mode. It needs to count its turns, but right now is not a good time to do it. And unlike Thunder Nyan Nyan, if this King of the Swamp is attacked, it's not going to get destroyed. Anything left for Quan here? Pot of Greed. And the set. Now at 10,900. There we go. I think Thunder Nyan Nyan is the closeout for the game. And after the... well, this... Nope, not quite enough. After the strong closeout in Game 2, Quan not quite able to finish it here. Lola taking Game 3. Lola, 2-1 over Quan. Very close one, very well played by... The kids were definitely no pushover in this event. Meaning next, Leo versus Coriander. Coriander with the very surprising 2-0. Leo not quite making that top cut spot like he would like. One of the last games we're going to have. Let's see if Layla can join her sister in the top cut, or if Baru can make that push she's been hoping for. Baru versus Layla. Layla hoping she can make top cut with her sister. Baru hoping she can make top cut. Two very determined individuals with two very surprising decks. Let's see how they both go. I think just a very good opener from Baru here. Rising Air Current with a Flying Kamakiri. The Flint into Harpies. Wisely choosing not to attack. And then TT. I don't love that play. Just kind of loses the Flint, but it does open Baru up for an attack, so Delta Tri gets in for 12. Guard Mantis and a Verdant Sanctuary. Guard Mantis is just a hefty defensive monster here. Gonna send 1200 back. Now it's gonna be a lot. Oh, okay, Garochin Kuwagata. 1700. If, so now she's a 2400 defense monster, 1700 attack monster. You gotta feel good if you're Baru here. Gotta put up the swords. Just gonna set that. Just gonna wait on the Dread Scythe Harvester. Flintlock. Not terrible. Giving up the Delta Try for a draw isn't awful. Empress Mantis also could be a decent play for Picrew once these swords go down. You have to wonder, okay, where's she gonna go? And swords back up in case of anything bad happening. Okay, it's gonna give the Flintlock protection from 2 attacks here. Okay, choosing to go with the Empress Mantis, I think smart, especially when that trap hole ended up being out there. Just gonna clear the heavy mech support platform. Gonna lose the lair wire though. Okay, so it's kind of Garochin Kuwagata versus the world. But Layla doesn't have much of a world to fight with, so it's time to just slowly fight through these spaceships, see what she can get done. She just needs another monster, and I think she'll start to accelerate. Rising air current. Bigger monster. Bigger. Delta Try, Oil Man. Okay, well, I understand the desire to have a monster that takes 2 attacks, but all it does is cost you a bunch of life here. Layla needs something to stabilize. Still nothing. She could just draw her launcher. She could have just drawn her launcher spider, but now, yep. Flying Kamakiri, Baby Mantis token. Ooh, Jade Knight and Time Machine. Very nice. Jade Knight's going to get a search. The Time Machine going to put the Jade Knight back. Going to allow for a second search here. Getting the Flintlock and the Gradius. Another Flintlock. Okay. Layla able to hold the board okay, but 2 of those monsters are not Launcher Spider. And Praying Mantis's defensive ability is fine. The AI sees the kill here, but isn't quite going to be able to get it. And then into the Dread Scythe Harvester. Does Layla have a board clear? Even if it's a Jade Knight here, doesn't stop what's going to happen, and I think we're going to game 2. Yep, just Oil Man. Dread Scythe Harvester. One of Layla's big difficulties is getting over large monsters. She needs to get on the board quickly. She does have the Launcher Spider, so she's got a kind of insect of her own to fight back with, but I mean, if she doesn't see it, she doesn't see it. Decent opener here. Cyber Raider pass. Alright. It's a good board for Praying Mantis then. And the Verdant Sanctuary. 2k attack on the Praying Mantis. And it's going to get a token next turn to potentially go to the Empress Mantis. It's going to put Layla on a back foot very, very quickly. Yep, there's the Empress Mantis. Praying Mantis fine to hang on to that Flint for now. It's still got 1700 attack, and it prevents it from going to the Empress Mantis. Another Swords. Layla gonna try and stall this out, but I think this board is only gonna continue to grow here. One thing I'll give is the AI is about to fill the board up with the second Baby Mantis token, so it isn't gonna be, well... this is about to be a problem, I think, because the AI is gonna just start bouncing face downs to bounce monsters. Layla's not gonna have much of a board. Other than maybe that Shining Angel. Oh, only willing to do it once. Is it a once per turn? I can't remember. Oh yes, it's just a once per turn. Choosing not to go for the Dread Scythe Harvester. I imagine we're about to see that now that Swords is down. Heavy mech support platform. Oh, that's a good way to get rid of the Flint. Garochin gonna attack the Shining Angel here. Dread Scythe, another 14. Choosing to let Layla keep the heavy mech support platform. Not choosing to go for the big damage. I think that's good to pop it over the Flintlock. And I think that's it. That's going to be the only 200 damage Layla's going to get this turn. I think Picrew is taking this to it. Well, if that's a TT face down, we've been wrong. There we go. Picrew takes it 2-0. Looks like Layla Dunder will not be joining Lola in the top cut. And Picrew, 2-0 over Layla. Hard-fought match, but just ultimately wasn't enough. The next B versus L game, Bane versus Lorelei. Alright, who's going to try and lock this down? Bane's Fiends or Lorelei's Rituals? Bane will be going second. This might give Lorelei a chance to set up a real board here. We're going to have to see. A nice little opener here for Bane, I think. Reaction powered, overpowering. Switch to the Black Forest. Get Senju. And Bark of Dark Ruler back up. And a Swords. Okay. Another early Swords in a game. Just setting Newdoria Pass, I think not a bad idea. From Sword. Yeah, Lorelei might get baited into attacking with something there, giving up the Garma Sword to go into Performance of Sword. Bark of Dark Ruler. And Newdoria popping... I don't love popping Sangan there, but... Lorelei gets the Nova Summoner. I think a good turn for Bane. I think he overpaid a little bit for Bark of Dark Ruler, but that's okay because now he's got the Performance of Sword and a Twin-Headed Wolf. And it's just sitting with that Axe of Despair in hand, ready to go. Another Bark of Dark Ruler, setting the Gross Ghost. Does Lorelei attempt to attack the face down, or is everything... Alright. A Garbasword Oath here. And is going to use it. That's going to be 8 stars. For Garmasword. Bounces off the Gross Ghost here. However, very, very good for Lorelei was not attacking a Fiend. But the Ryukushin Powered is going to be able to overrun that Garba Sword by 50. And the Gross Ghost is going to be able to get in 1,300 more, putting Lorelei in not a great state, and setting a bait Kuriboh, I suppose? However, Lorelei choosing to instead play defensive. One thing, the AI loves to overpay. Instead of only paying 700, they're paid 2,100. Gross Ghost gets in for 13. I assume Kuriboh to defense. Yep. However, I still think this is Bane's game here. Barring a dark hole, maybe. Nope, that's it. Well, that could be a TT down there. It's not. Ryukushin Powered with the Axe of Despair. Getting in, taking the game. Can Lorelei fight back? We know that these games can turn around sometimes, so... she will be choosing to go second. Or she'll be choosing to go first again. Dark Geroid Newdoria, not a good opener here, but might be able to stick the Diabound. We'll have to see. Garma Sword Oath in hand. Get rid of the Dark Geroid to summon Kuriboh to get out the Diabound. There we go. Diabound might begin to accelerate. Now, Garma Sword is bigger, so if Lorelei has the Garma Sword here, just a fissure works too. There's the third Diabound. It definitely doesn't have the Garma Sword. That Ritual Raven covered it. If she did, might be hard for her to get a ritual right now. The question is, are we going to see the Newdoria here, or are we going to see the Diabound? Newdoria, I think, very smart. Gonna be able to chip. Gonna be able to chip in for... my cat just knocked something over, if you heard that. And so it might actually work out very, very well for him here. There's the Garma Sword. And there's the Ritual Raven. And the bigger news is that the Diabound cannot beat over it. Gets another Garma Sword Oath here. Actually, now that he had the Bark of Dark Ruler, I would have loved to have seen Tribute Summon Diabound, attack Manju, wait for the Garma Sword to attack in. Oh, never mind. Harpies. Okay, they are both bricked. However, Lorelei does have a Garma Sword Oath in hand, so she has some inevitability here. Lorelei up by 100, but has a Nova Summoner on board, which is good. Oh, Pot agreed. Yeah, unfortunately here, you do not win the floater battle against Nova Summoner. Because Nova Summoner gets to go into Shining Angel. However, I do think Bane is also content kind of getting through his deck, perhaps? But Lorelei also... Whoa! Okay, actually going into Senju here means actually he's in a much better position. Getting to keep the Twin-Headed Wolf on the board, maybe gets to start accelerating Diabound Colonel. And the Harpies. And the Reborn. Yeah, I think Bane just took solid control over this game here. set 3 ritual spells. Why would the AI set 3 ritual spells? So that they wouldn't get morphing jarred. Oh, the AI didn't play around Twin-Headed Wolf correctly, and because of that, Lorelei has lost the game. Bane will be taking it to 2-0 off of Dia-Bound Colonel. There we have it. Bane 2-0 over Lorelei. Meaning we are at the final game of Swiss. This determines everyone's standings. So let's see who can make it in. Caspian versus V. And for the 150th match of this event, we are going to get Caspian's point of view. He's going first. Caspian, who's been very surprising this event. He could pull this off. Two deep draw decks here in Heart of the Underdog Spirit Ryu versus Muka Muka. V with the second pot agreed. What's blind MSTing into trap holes? A good blind. Alright, Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress #1. Blackland Fire Dragon. Alright. Two Solemn Wishes here for V. Choosing just to go into Curse of Dragon. I think that was the most middle ground play you could make. It ultimately isn't working out thanks to the Muka Muka. V now with a 2800 attack point, 3200 attack point Muka Muka, and 9400 life points. Unfortunately, the best play here is a tricky one the AI might not see. It is to go Mask Dragon directly into that enraged Muka Muka, get out that Spirit Ryu and run it over. You've got plenty of cards in hand you can discard. Oh, well, Monster Reborn, maybe it'll see here. Yeah, much easier to see with the Reborn. Never mind. Not never mind. It did see the play. Why did it do that? Okay, I don't completely understand Caspian, but you did get over the enraged Muka Muka. Now the big issue is going to be getting through... Well, you know what? Never mind. They only played one monster. V then saw the problem and Darkhold. Okay, I mean, they do have almost triple Caspian's life here, so... They are drawing, or he is drawing like crazy here. Time to see if Komori Dragon can start to get through. Maybe he can draw into Spirit Ryu for a big bump. Alright, gonna be much harder to draw into the Spirit Ryu with only one draw at a time. Doubly hard with the final enraged Muka Muka on board. And no Monster Reborn. Or he'll just draw the pot agreed. He is not giving up this fight quite yet. There it is, Masked Dragon. Discarding 2 dragons to overrun the third and final enraged Muka Muka. putting V at 8,600. But they're going to go back to 9,600. Dust Tornadoing the Dust Tornado. I think that, unfortunately, was the one time it was really good to keep Serpent Night Dragon. Because Spirit Ryu can only do so much. Especially against Air Knight Parshath. It's another card drawn, another 1,000 life points. This is getting out of hand quickly for Caspian. It's no Spirit Ryus. I think he's out of Serpent Night Dragons. He could draw into some removal to try and get through the Parshath, but he has to get through so many life points at this time. Like, Caspian may want to wrap it up, try it the next game. Skull Angel, another drawn card. Check deck count. On top of that, he is behind in cards. Caspian has drawn more cards. He can't even go for deck out currently. He doesn't have the life points to work around the Parshath. Is there any way to get into the victory? Skull Angel drawing another card. Alright, well, putting those monsters into defense mode certainly doesn't help. Caspian with only 10 cards left in deck. $20,000 life points. Alright, 19,900 life points. Again, even after all that draw, he just has no way to deal 20,000 damage, does he? I mean, the board, he's got 3,000, 5,000, 6,000. Going into the Muka Muka, then there's the Waboku. Caspian's still down by a single card. And Serpent Night Dragon does not beat a 2,400 attack point Muka Muka. And Source of Revealing Light. That just ends the game. The game is over. Game 1 is going to V. V, who managed to hit 20,000 life points this game, is going to win by deck out. Because even if that's a Skull Angel, I mean, Swords is up, can't be forced to flip. V found the path to victory and took it, summoning the Skull Angel in attack mode to make a point. The 0-card deck to 0-card deck. We're on to game 2. You know, for a deck out duel, that was really fast. Can Caspian turn this around? Serpent Knight and Heart of the Underdog in the opening hand might help get him there. It's still about playing around these Muka Mukas and enraged Muka Mukas. Like, they are just big. Alright. Gonna draw 2 cards here. Gonna draw 3 cards here. Gonna draw a 4th card here. Alright, we're gonna get the classic. Take 700. Go into the Spirit Ryu. Why did you not activate the Spirit Ryu? Did he misclick? What? We just saw last game the AI knows how to do this. Why did it do that? Okay, well, I guess Caspian just threw the game. This program finds new ways to surprise me, I guess. V is going to take the 2-0 off of potentially the worst play I've ever seen. That means it is going to be V 2-0 over Caspian, which means the tournament is officially over. And I'm very excited to show you the standings. Who's making it to Top Cut? Our very next event's going to be the Top Cut tournament. Who is moving on? The top 4 seeds are all going to the World Championships. I'm very excited to see who it is. I hope you're all excited to see it too. Let's go. And here it is, the top 20 players. As voted on by my community tab, you wanted to see the bubble. So we're going to start with the players who just didn't quite make the top cut before jumping to those who do. I hope you're excited to see who's making it in what order, because the seed does matter. In 20th place was Alex, who unfortunately with those 3 losses at the end was just unable to make that top cut. You can see they were able to beat Shat Calico, lost to Xiaoxing. They had a very, very good run, all things considered. If I was Alex, I wouldn't feel that bad about it. 20th place, nothing to sneeze at. And 19th place was Damon. He couldn't quite do it. He was trying to shut it down, but that final loss against Lacey really preventing him, and he's still almost topped. Absolutely incredible play by Damon. We're going to see just what he's capable of at Worlds, because he's going to have to step it up if he wants to really make a splash. He's going to have to shut down even stronger opponents. We'll see you soon. And in 18th place, Coriander, our highest ranking 3-3. You have to be proud of this result. Like, there's absolutely no way. You beat out Damon. You're the highest ranking 3-3. You have to feel good. He's got a big event coming up, so he needs to take care of that. I think this has to show that he's good enough at the game that he should be able to handle a lot. Just a little more deck tweaking, and maybe that's all it takes to really move up. 17th place, and our bubble player is Case. Unfortunately, with people losing, being 4-2 turns out to not be enough, and Case is just outside of the top. It's unfortunate, but He did get two losses, and sometimes that's all it takes. Unfortunately, just not quite able to make it. Very sorry, Case. Sometimes that's the way it is. In 16th place is going to be Panay. After that killer winning streak at the beginning, those two losses at the end really, really dropped him super far. Means he's going to have tough opponents early on. We'll have to see what it means for him, because his four wins were, you know, he beat Xiaoxing, who is his highest ranking win. That's a very, very good win to have. Maybe it helps him out. I don't know. It's going to be a tough, tough battle for him, though. In 15th place, just sneaking in, is the Tanuki Baru. Congratulations, you did it. You got your last two wins. Uh, Big win against 12, big loss against 13. It helps you just get in there. Uh, Now you just have to wrap this up. It's only going to be a few wins to make it to the top. Let's see how you do. Good luck. Hopefully you get some rest before day two. In 14th place, Lola. Lola just getting in here as well. Her highest ranking win was actually against her sister Layla, who ultimately did really well, just outside of the top 20. Nothing wrong with that. Lola played a pretty consistent series of games, so she just has to keep that consistency going into day two. Maybe she makes the world's top like that. In 13th place, who else would it be but a demon? Bane taking 13th place, a pretty secure one. I think at this point you're pretty secure in your placings. I mean, beating V, losing to Xiaoxing, turns out that's very, very good for your standings. He was able to outperform a lot of the recruits, so I think you have to consider him doing very well. Could see him making worlds for sure. 12th place, Renell. Who would have thought it? Clock has 12 faces. Time Mage gets 12th place. Maybe she was gunning for that. Heck, her even highest ranking loss was to 12. Yeah, she's got a good placement. It'll still be tough, to see who it is that she's going to face. After all, it's all based on your seed. Um, we'll have to see. I feel confident that the time meter phase skip shenanigans can still do a lot. 11th place, V. V, who was not super confident there for a little bit, ultimately going on a win streak at the end. Uh, they're putting the Dryads on the map. Maybe this means more good things for them to come. Muka Muka, Enraged Muka Muka, just the pure card draw deck. After all, they're the only person who gets to run 3 Pot of Greed. Sometimes, enough card draw will just get you there. But to see, though, if they can continue this momentum into the top cut, and if that means anything for them. 10th place, Krim. Krim landing shockingly high, despite their highest ranking win being the person in 20th place and their highest ranking loss being the person in 18th place. It turns out you just got to be consistent. Yep, they're the only member of the crew to actually make the top cut, so he's really got to put in the effort here in day two to see if that can continue on to be a much bigger deal. 9th place is going to be Lacey. Her Beast Warriors did fantastic. Able to keep Damon from getting that top cut slot, losing to Mark. I mean, overall, she did pretty well. I feel like even if she doesn't make Worlds here, she's got to feel really, really good. One spot above her, her highest ranking loss, Mark. 9th place with Celtic Guardians. Huge. Absolutely massive. His highest ranking win was Emery, who also did very, very well. But you could just see he was kind of the opposite of consistent. Win-win, loss-loss, win-win. I guess it doesn't matter as long as you get those 4 wins. Unfortunately, not if you're Case, but for just about anybody else. 13. Just like Panay went on a losing streak here at the end, but it really didn't matter. He still managed to hold a very, very good spot. Um, you know, he's looking forward to day two, but he seems a little concerned about something. I guess we'll find out. Ultimately, in 6th place was Tay. Yeah, that final loss dropped her surprisingly low, but I mean, if you win five in a row, you've got a good seed for the top cut. Um, Tay's Pac-Man deck, despite all the nerves, she did it. I mean, she made sixth place. Out of such a tough crowd, you got to feel good about it. I feel she did appear to stumble and fall down just out of pure nerves, but that's okay. She's just got to win a couple more times, and she makes it to Worlds. In fifth place is 12. Where's 12? Is anybody? Um, we're gonna have to come back to this. Everyone else is here. Everyone else who made top cut is here. So we're gonna have to see. I'm not sure where he went, but if he's not here by tomorrow, he will lose his spot. So keep an eye on that. We may have to pass it down. I don't know yet what is going to happen with 12. I guess he was honest when he said he didn't care about this top cut at all. Coming in at fourth place, Mikana, only losing 213. I mean, he's been a powerhouse all event. The Ashen deck is very strong for this era, especially Embers. You've got to put good good assumption that he might stick this top four this time, make it to Worlds. It's a bigger, harder event than the one that he came in third place and was unable to top. So let's see if he does the same thing. Third place, Tanya, a huge sleeper in this event, did not do nearly this well before. Just turns out she just had the sauce. If she can continue a 5-win streak, if she could just continue that, you got to feel good if you're Tanya. You may be able to get just your rock deck to Worlds. Um, I guess we'll see. She's just been consistent. Xiao Xing in second place. You got to feel really good. 5 wins in 6 rounds. I mean, only losing to Panay, beating the person who ended in third place. The Nine-Tailed Fox. She's gotten out several Great Mammoth of Gold finds. Her base monsters are just strong. This zombie deck has been so good. We'll have to see if that could carry her there. I mean, she's got one of my top votes at this point, I think, to make it to Worlds. So, just a couple more wins. But of course, we have to go to first place. And of course, who else would it be but the person who cannot make to top cut, Yukio? Getting disqualified round one. We know he won that game. Uh, he really should be 6-0. He's 5-1. Um, it is what it is. He was just good. He's the champ. That's why he shouldn't have been here. And we know that he was not even playing his best. He was nerfing himself. So I guess that's just a taste of what Worlds is going to have. That he's the prize. This is why. But he's not the official first seed. The person who will be replacing him is his twin sister Yuna, who was given a bye to day 2. And I asked the question in the community tab, what kind of deck do you think she's playing? And well, Yuna is a plant duelist, who just like Yukio was given some cards to go with his deck. I hope you're excited to see Yuna play. I hope you're excited for the top cut. Tell me who you think's going to make it. And I'll see you all next time for the Regionals Day 2. Let's see who makes it to Worlds.